Welcome to the stream, but before Grandma's gonna be arriving soon, as always. But before we can talk about any of that, I have to talk about something that Juan's potatoes in Mamakado's. Why does this? I fixed all my. Sorry, OBS is saying my settings are wrong. Anyway, let me know if the video's choppy, but also like we're just gonna be looking at websites the entire stream. So before we do that, while we wait for people to come in and for Gremlin to get back from class,
Yo,
we're
what
gonna be.
up?
Oh, hi.
You can
Let
put
me
that bill.
share. Let me share my Discord. Let me share my Firefox. We need to talk about something before we do the finish reading the fic.
Something what?
Shadow Edwin.
Shadow Edwin?
Yeah, okay, so look at the Twitter I'm sharing on the stream.
Just follow the soothing sound of my voice.
We don't need to listen to this. So, the first major patch for Secret of the Mimic just dropped, and something they added is that when you are standing in the security office and you look through the window to what is the mail room with the digityper, there is this shadowy figure moving about.
Oh,
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah, well,
That's insane.
yeah, and you can do this at any point in the game.
So, is it like a real person or is it like a ghost?
Well, I mean, he's not there when you're there, but yeah, and here's video of Hyperdroid doing it at the end of the game, and also like what it looks like in game without any artificial zoom.
But here you are.
Yeah. So it's called
Crazy.
warehouse silhouette in the files, but I'm not sure if it's. I was like, oh, I need to. Unfortunately, I only learned about this moments after I updated my download of Secret of the Mimic. So we're gonna have to wait a bit to find out if this file was originally in the game and just not properly implemented, or if it was added completely. But there's some interesting things in the patch notes for Secret of the Mimic that people are gonna have to like really compare things for. And then this was not mentioned at all. Some people are saying it's the digityper, but there is a different patch note about making sure the digityper is dead when it's supposed to be, and this is the exact opposite of that. Let's see, where did the yeah. Yeah. Shadow Edwin. So the other thing is they said they fixed the typos in moon.exe. Yeah. But it says updated and added various text, images, and sound effects in moon.exe. So someone's gonna have to go through moon.exe and compare everything. Because when you like scroll to the entire bottom, it only just says they fixed typos and some like errors, like the one death where it says you were killed by Big Top when it was actually Moon. So I don't know what the updated images and sound effects are. And then there's one that is adjusted textures in the Storytime Games quilt asset. Storytime Game is what they call the sequence at the end where you tame the mimic. So they either made it less FNaF 4 or more FNaF 4. Yeah. Juan is in chat. Just noticed that Digityper is a workaholic with no legs that M2 inexplicably attacks seemingly out of nowhere. Yeah. I don't know, because the thing is, FNaF doesn't really do like human form ghosts. Like, ghosts in FNaF don't look like people. They look like whatever they possessed, or they're just like We don't know. That's what we're trying to figure out, Mrs. Trap. The first major patch for Secret of the Mimic dropped. I'm just gonna have the video looping. Yeah, like, but it's there the entire game. You can see this from the security office. It's the room with the digitiper, and it's not mentioned in the patch notes at all. The video to me looks like they had someone stand in front of a green screen, like it's a photorealistic video of someone. Yeah, I don't know what it is, and like, yeah, I mean, like we're all primed to think it's Edwin, but like, oh my god, I yeah, I was just told why, and why do you never see it? And like, it's there at any point in the game. So while the mimic, yeah, like, what, what, what? They also spelled warehouse wrong when they named it. It's WEAR in the files. That is spelled WERE. Yeah, like what you wait, like what you do with like what you do with a costume. God, is this the M2 endo? Is Secret of the Minute, because loop theory is William stalking his side piece Arnold. Yeah, a little bit. My audio's. I'm glad this is my last stream because my this specific headphone and mic setup is acting a bit weird. How I am. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, it can't be M2 because M2 is currently in an elephant costume or wherever else M2 might be throughout the game. And like, see, they only really have human form ghosts in the Scoop, and part of Scoop is that the ghosts do not follow FNaF rules because that story does not take place in the FNaF universe. Yeah, Scoop takes place in a world where FNaF is a complete work of fiction, and then there are ghosts that are completely unrelated. There's no remnant in Scoop. Adventure to find a kid who got. Yeah, yeah. So like that has a human form ghost because she's like on the plane and she sees the kid. But the whole point is like there's definitely no remnant in that story because a ghost is able to possess a copy of FNaF 3 on the other side of like the state. Yeah, it's another take on creepypastas. It's like he just wrote his own FNaF creepypasta. Um, and then yeah, um, no, and I think it's kind of more of like a what if the thing in the creepypasta was a victim. We can only hear you. We can only hear. Oh, you can't hear Gremlin at all. Uh. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I think I know what this problem is. Um, gonna. I think if I leave Discord, and then again, sorry for any audio problems. This is a hardware issue. I know what it is. It's called my computer is slowly running out of USB ports. Gremlin. All right, I can look on OBS since. Yeah, no, Discord's not picking anything up. The Discord audio track. Okay, I'm gonna to the all audio option. Talk now. Okay, it's working perfectly. All right. And chat, let me know if you hear random beeps throughout the stream. That should only be something I have to deal with because it's a hardware issue. You should be getting the sound in its pure, not periodic beeping version.
I might also sound a little weird because I'm kind of in a weird setup because I'm also doing a drawing for school. Withered Circle.
Withered Circle, welcome.
Withered Circle.
Welcome to the stream.
Oh my goodness.
Hello. Yeah, it's you're Loop Sherry, aren't you? So you're gonna be eating well because you're the only person who's not panicking.
Wait, so what does loop victim or loop not victim? What does loop secret of the mimic mean about this?
Basically, that is something I recommended. I don't know.
Let's go. We've won on the final stream.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be reading my fanfic if you want to stay and listen to some peak FNaF fiction. Although we're gonna be starting with the last chapter, so but yeah, this is looping like it's the shadow of Arnold's past.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Henry is already
canon, though. That is correct, Seeker.
I thought you just said Henry is canon. I was like, yes, correct.
Yeah, I sure hope he is.
I didn't recognize the flag as being part of the sentence.
Alright, speaking of loops, you know what else has a canon loop theory in it? This fanfic.
What?
Yeah, that's in the tags. And also I've been dropping hints about it. There's been foreshadowing the entire about that.
I'm stupid. I'm stupid.
Yeah, okay. Hopefully I won't have as much control of how loud the background music is because of the audio version I'm using, but there will not be a Couture 2 stream because this is the last stream you're gonna get from me, probably.
Ever.
Yeah, likely. Alright. Okay. So do you want to... Mike yaps quite a lot in this chapter. So do you want to have those lines, or do you want me to just do it?
I can yap.
Okay.
I have to move myself because I'm kind of far away from my screen. But...
Alright, yeah, because I can't do a Mike impression at all.
Father, it's me, Michael.
Okay.
I did it.
Okay.
Withered Circle, you interacted with me twice on Twitter. Do you recognize me?
And we got in Withered, we got in Gibby. Absol will cease to exist once the stream ends. Yeah, they're taking away my ability to talk.
They took Absol into an alley and killed them.
Yeah, no, it's just I'm gonna be having school.
Absolute projection.
School, and also, like, the whole streaming of Security Breach is just because it's such a bad game that I needed to play anyway that I wanted to, like, hang out with my friends while I did it.
Imagine TD pops in. We've already had Gibby and Withered.
Yeah, well, Gibby was kind of expected because, like, Gibby found this because he was trying to watch one of my videos at the same time. Because we are the people who care about books, which is why I wrote basically my own Fright story, except things are actually explained. Alright.
Yeah, you've just got Gibson on speed dial.
Yeah, actually, we've spoken in DMs a bit.
Unbelievable.
I am supposed to be in his big compilation video for Frights. Okay. Henderson, Nevada, September 2017. Nate stared at the back door to Fazbear's Fright. He couldn't let this go on any longer. He felt insane, but he couldn't deny that the spring-lock animatronic had been moving around at night. He'd gotten a text from Mike, the night guard, the night after he delivered the animatronic. He was good, and he didn't need any more voicemail messages. But Mike had to be in danger. Nate had promised to be there for him. The attraction was opening to the public tomorrow. Something had to be done, which was why he was here tonight, wearing his tool belt, and most importantly with his modified cattle prod. Nate barged through the door and strode directly into the security office. At the noise, Mike jumped in his chair and quickly spun around. He stared at Nate, strangely still. Without his glasses or mask, Nate could see that his skin was as pale as death, spider-webbed with dark purple lines, making every vein and artery visible. It was dense enough to act as cross-hatching, to the point that if one was standing far away, it would give his skin a lilac color. Where his lips should be red, they were the same purple. The circles under his eyes were as dark as his veins, giving him an exhausted and desperate look. But by far
He purple.
Yeah. So, I
think you sent an excerpt of this in the Discord.
but I'm gonna show up the thing that inspired it. I just hope I can remember the medical name for it. Modeling. Yeah. So it's so when let me see if I can get. Yeah, it's. I'm trying to get up pictures. There's a really good one on Wikipedia. But when I was younger, I had this as a completely mundane skin condition. Where, this is kind of what Mike looks like. Where when I got cold, I would turn purple like this. Not to this extent, by a lot. And so when it looked a little bit more like this, but also not that extreme. Mine was just, hey, dermatologist, why do I have purple lines on me when it gets cold? And he was like,
why you purple?
Why I purple? So I'm like, what if Mike is purple and like has a super extreme version of it? And obviously in the lore, it's because all his blood has been turned into remnant. But by far, what was more startling were his eyes. The sclera were magenta, the iris is black, and the pupils white. He didn't even know how he could see. Why he purple? Okay.
Is this Mike? You.
Yes. Mike got up and walked over to Nate.
You're the manager,
he said accusingly.
What are you doing here?
There was a strong smell of not quite rust. It was certainly of a metallic character, but sharper and more sterile than that of rust. It also put Nate in the mind of blood. Nate was distracted by a motion on the CRT monitor on the desk. There was the animatronic, clearly and undeniably walking across the room. I was right! It moves!
Of course he moves.
Mike snapped, grabbing Nate's wrist and dragging him fully inside the office. At first, Nate thought he was still wearing gloves. In reality, from what he could see of Mike's wrist, the same purple mottling covered his arms, leading to his fingers, which were practically black. Mike's skin was exactly room temperature. It was like touching something made from leather, or a cold-blooded animal. What do you mean, of course it moves? Nate exclaimed while Mike was doing something on the control panel. In the distance, he faintly heard Balloon Boy's, "Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Hello?"
Hi.
Mike turned back to face Nate.
What are you doing here?
He asked again. Nate noticed that by the control panel was traced print proof of the updated version of Fazbear Entertainment's survival logbook she had contributed to. Most of the book were a few years old, but this edition included new illustrations of faces depicting the Fazbear Fright security office, and right before ordering the proof, she wrote a new activity based on the Springlock training tapes. It was supposed to be sold in Action Park's gift shop, but it had gone missing the day after it arrived. So that's my explanation of why the survival logbook contains information about FNaF 3. That it is a...
Because it was currently being updated.
Yeah, it was a print proof.
For FNaF 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The animatronic, I was convinced it was... Of course he moves. He has to move to hug me. The animatronic,
like what he's called in... What's it called? What he's called in that one game. Whatever that game is called.
I think that's just
Left 4 Dead or whatever.
Oh!
No,
Dead
it's
by
called
Daylight.
the animatronic in... Yeah, not Left 4 Dead.
Because they give everyone titles.
Similar vibe.
But the titles are just like what people who don't come from a universe where FNaF exists would call him. Which is why he's like one of the least animatronic antagonists in FNaF, but he gets called the animatronic. Because it's just the same reason why the Saw girl is called the pig. Because if you're not from the universe where Saw is, you just see a girl in a pig mask running around.
I'm an animatronic.
The animatronic, I was convinced it was moving, and I'm right. Nate mentally moved on. If Mike had stolen from Faith, it wasn't important. I'm here to help you. You shouldn't have let it go on for this long.
I don't need your help.
Mike replied. What's the explanation for Cece and Cassie using it to chat instead of just talking? Well, for me personally, I think their minds got all mixed up together, and so like this is letting them kind of separate themselves. But I also kind of like the idea that Faded is Charlie and that Altered is both Cassidy and Cece.
Oh, neat. Altered duo.
And that would be because the physical puppet is not nearby, and so it's much has to use this to like... And also Mike is...
And the physical puppet is nearby, isn't it?
No, not in this. That's not the real
Is the theory
puppet.
that it's real? Okay.
The theory
because it has a shadow, even though...
real. But
it has a reflection, even though so do the nightmares.
Oh, you mean the mask? No, yes, there is an Easter egg where like the puppet shows up and walks around. I didn't really think about that, but like it's just vibes. It's like basically the thing I'm going with, part of the whole theme of like deception and illusion, is that by building a fake haunted Freddy's and then putting haunted stuff in it, it counts as a haunted location.
It become real.
And as a Freddy's. So, you know. Okay. I don't need your help, Mike replied. What do you mean? How are you treating this as normal? Do you know what's going on? Do you know who's inside it? Mike sighed, which produced a tortured wheezing sound.
You're not going to leave unless I explain, aren't you?
Of course not.
Fine. Grab the chair by the wall. I don't have any proof. Well, actually, I'm going to show you something. You're going to have to accept this as proof for everything I say, even if it doesn't make sense.
Nate unfolded the chair and sat down in it. He tried not to stare at the purple line covering Mike, or his impossible eyes, but it was hard not to. He couldn't recall any medical condition that this could be, but his knowledge of such things was far from encyclopedic. Mike grabbed the bottom of his shirt and pulled it up to his neck, revealing his chest. Right under his sternum was a fist-sized hole. Translucent scar tissue covered it, layered over and over until it became opaque. Surrounding the hole, the orderly lines of purple broke, creating a permanent bruise that formed a corona around it. There was a level of flatness to his abdomen. It wasn't that he was particularly skinny, but his abdomen seemed almost concave. The only way Nate's mind could process what he saw was that Mike had fat, muscle, and nothing else. With his shirt pulled up, Nate could finally tell why Mike seemed so still. He wasn't breathing.
I'm not supposed to be alive,
Mike narrated while Nate stared at the openly uncanny sight before him.
The only internal organs I still have are my lungs, and I only use them to talk.
Mike lowered his shirt. What? How? Nate gaped.
The only way I can explain this, I have to tell you the story in order. It's going to be confusing, but if you ask too many questions, I won't be able to finish. My name is actually Micheal Afton. Yes, the son of William Afton, the founder of Fazbear Entertainment.
But you're way too young, Nate blurted out before he realized. Mike looked like he was in his mid-20s.
That's another side effect of not having organs thing.
Mike sniped back.
Of the not having organs thing.
Yeah. Mike sniped back.
It all started in 1983. My little brother, it was an accident. The Fredbear animatronic killed him.
You mean you killed him? Nate had seen the original newspaper article reporting the death of Mike's brother. The 4 children that had carried Afton's son into the mouth of the animatronic weren't identified by name, but the article did say that one of them was the boy's older brother. But challenging Mike on his lie would just cause him to close up. Secret, I hope you're here. This is my thesis about William coming up.
Also, wow, Nate's not a Michael believer. He's not a based Michael sympathizer.
Mike blatantly lies to establish he's an unreliable narrator. I'd believe him.
We would never lie.
You took his shirt off in front of me. I'll do anything he says.
After that, my father, he snapped. It wasn't that he was a good father before. He usually wasn't around. When he was, it was just to lecture us about what we were doing wrong. But after my brother died, he got much worse. He started drinking more, a lot more. He was angry drunk, and he was an angry drunk.
From the way Mike touched his cheek when he said that, Nate got the implication.
Then, after he killed Charlie...
Charlie?
Sorry, Charlotte Emily.
Henry Emily's daughter? You're saying William Afton killed her? Mike nodded. Nate didn't ask him how he... Well, yeah, you're just talking to someone who's like, oh, by the way, here's an answer to a 30-year-old unsolved murder case. Mike nodded. Nate didn't ask... Oh, I'm supposed to... I have a different song for this. There we go. Song has been switched. New song. Mike nodded. Nate didn't ask him how he knew. Boo! That's Seeker's response to my thesis of William Afton.
He's still a bad guy in this, though.
Yeah. And also, I'm like, he beat Mike. That's the implication. If you're too stupid, if you didn't pick that up, the implication of Mike touching his cheek while saying William was an angry drunk was.
After that, I'd go days without seeing him. I didn't know what he was doing yet. I found out later. But part of what he was working on was designing the circus baby animatronic. The other part was he started researching Remnant. Remnant is...
I know what Remnant is, Nate interrupted. It's a theoretical metallic substance that records the thought patterns, or souls, depending on who you ask, of the dead. It forms when someone dies in contact with the metal of an electronic device. Or at least it's supposed to.
What? How do you know about that?
Mike looked shocked. It's like organ energy or fifth-dimensional beings, a proposed explanation for how the paranormal works. While Nate wasn't quite open to the existence of the paranormal... While Nate was quite open to the existence of the paranormal, to the extent that he was certain there was something about how life and death worked that wasn't yet described by mainstream science, he had never seen evidence compelling enough to convince him of any specific system. Well, until now. Its proponents also claimed Remnant had anti-entropic and thus healing properties.
I had no idea anyone else knew about it.
It's not exactly common knowledge, Nate tried to reassure him. Mike looked like this realization challenged his fundamental beliefs. But I've been researching Fazbear Entertainment for most of my life, so I've read a lot about the paranormal. It's not quite pseudoscience, but it hasn't been entirely accepted by mainstream science either. So I added that because, we got, open Remnant researchers consulting with the police, so I was like...
What do you mean not evil enough?
What, do you want me to...
That's pretty evil.
Do you want him to do things that means that this fic is no longer T-rated? So, I was like, people who are into who are in the Fazbear research are gonna know what Remnant is, just no one's been able to prove that it's real. And also, I got to mention, shout out to Orgone Energy. I think it's incredibly funny. and it is basically Remnant. Except you can shoot it
I've
into
never
the
heard of
cloud.
that before.
Oh, I'm trying to think how much of it I can describe to avoid getting this video age restricted, because the the orgone is the word it sounds like is correct.
Organ.
No, the other one.
Organism.
Close. I'll
Oregon, the state.
You know what?
Am I getting closer?
It should be evil before I knew. No, it has nothing to do with Oregon the state. But so it was proposed by this guy named Wilhelm Reich as like a fundamental like energy source that people had.
Described as an esoteric energy or hypothetical universal life force.
Yeah, so basically Remnant.
It's basically Remnant.
Basically Remnant, except it's generated by jorking it.
Real and true.
Yeah, and like having
Micheal has
sex,
so much Remnant.
and like he created a box for generating orgone energy, and like capturing it spiritually, not physically. It is just like a little cubicle. But the interesting thing is, in Lynn McTaggart's book, she does bring this up, and she specifically talks about the fact that it was interlaying layers of conductive and non-conductive material. It's like that's just like kind of what an animatronic in FNaF is, because you have the endoskeleton and then you have the casings. I was like, if Scott read this and did not look up anything more about orgone energy, that could be an actual inspiration. Anyway, Wilhelm Reich
Make you get a bit quirky at night.
Yeah, and his whole thing, he was an early sex, he opened one of the first sexual health clinics in Germany. Wilhelm Reich did. And then he moved to the States because it was the 30s, and kind of hurt some kids by doing skeletal adjustments to them.
Oh.
Yeah. But
Baker wants William to shoot lightning from his fingers.
Okay. Mike nodded before continuing with his narrative.
Father had become convinced he could use dead children to possess robots. I think he wanted to find a way to bring my brother back. Circus Baby's Pizza World was all a front. He was going to use Circus Baby to kidnap children and the experiment on them.
Yeah, I'm like, you can
Except
tell
during a test
Yeah, okay.
Except during a test performance, one of the Springlock suits failed. When everyone was focused on that, no one was watching my little sister. She wandered off, and Circus Baby, it killed her. That's the real reason the place never opened, not gas leaks.
Fazbear Entertainment had initially covered up the sudden cancellation of Circus Baby's Pizza World by saying there were gas leaks. Of course, the failed springlocking incident became public knowledge after the family sued Fazbear Entertainment. That's what people online assumed the cover-up was about. There was never any word of something else happening that day.
Later that year, the Fazbear 5, that was Father. He put the bodies inside the animatronics. That's how they became haunted. And how all the rumors started. I always suspected that something was going on, especially after they arrested him. I guess I just didn't want to think about it.
This is still you when you don't put a...
Oh, is this also?
Yeah, when you don't, if you want to do
Afterward.
multiple paragraphs in dialogue, you don't do an ending quotation mark.
Oh.
Yeah.
Afterwards, my nightmares started getting worse.
Mike yapping.
Uh-oh. Yappin'. Yap fest.
Yeah.
Afterwards, my nightmares started getting worse. Promise this is relevant. I couldn't get any sleep and was failing school. At least Father was gone so often it wasn't hard to hide my report cards from him. When the bite of 87 happened, he had been gone completely for 2 weeks. That was longer than he'd ever been missing before. When I was watching the news, one of the workers they interviewed about the bite mentioned that now they didn't have a night guard. Suddenly, I was struck with the feeling that I needed to go to the pizzeria. I broke into Father's office and used his stationery to forge a letter from corporate, saying that I was somebody named Fritz Smith and that the replacement night guard. It was terrifying. All the rumors you've heard about the animatronics attacking people at night, they were true. I'm not sorry. I'm not sure how I survived. They found me that morning messing with the old Fredbear animatronic. I'm not sure why. It was the same thing that drew me to the pizzeria in the first place. I was fired immediately. When I got back to Westbrook, Father still wasn't home, but I was terrified of what he'd do to me when I got back. When I was younger, after my brother died, sometimes I'd sneak out at night. Whenever I got caught, it wasn't pleasant. I was the midnight motorist. So I packed up everything I owned, stole all the cash in the house, and took the first bus leaving town. I went to Vegas, not to have fun, but
I'm
because
sorry. No, is how I. Sorry.
it's called Vegas. But
Okay,
because it
glad
was
that
the
we've
nearest city I
interrupted.
found.
I can
Okay.
I can give a fun fact is that the part of couldn't get any sleep and was failing school is obviously because he has to live FNaF 4 every night. But it's a metaphor for how Mike was failed by like social services because nobody noticed or cared that he was failing school because he couldn't sleep, and that's a metaphor for not the authorities not noticing child abuse, because that's kind of what FNaF 4 is a metaphor for, and also because if a kid Mike's age was like when her doctrine was like, I'm having night terrors all the time, you'd call the social worker because statistically that's the person who can solve it. I was the midnight motorist. Yeah, okay. You can continue after I went to Vegas.
I went to Vegas, not to have fun, but because it was the nearest city I could think of that was across state lines. I took the kind of jobs you get when you don't have a high school diploma. A lot of under the table and shady stuff. Especially before I turned 18, I bounced around the Southwest for the next several years. I even managed to save enough money to legally change my name to Schmidt. That's my mother's maiden name. But in 1993, it was actually 1992, but that's okay. I forget these things. One of those guys they used to serve legal papers knocked on my door. Apparently, my father had retained his firm to track me down and deliver me a letter. If he ever went missing, and he had, the letter had explained that Circus Baby had killed Elizabeth, although it didn't say how or why. That her spirit was possessing Circus Baby. I was already on the books as a night technician at Circus Baby's entertainment and rental. I was supposed to remove the AI board from Circus Baby so that Elizabeth could be fully in control. That's what I did.
Nate was surprised that Mike would uproot his life like that he'd accept that the supernatural was real, just off a letter from his terrible father. I suppose there was probably a level of wishful thinking that his sister was still, in a sense, alive. But if all that was needed was to remove the animatronic's AI, why hadn't William done that already?
The animatronics they were renting out, they were all designed to help my father abduct children, and he had been taking remnant from the original animatronics and putting them inside the Fun Times. Those were the other animatronics at the rental place. They were murderous, and they wanted to escape. After I put Elizabeth back together, it turned me to the room. See, Elizabeth being the one putting back together. She isn't the one putting people back together. Seeker. It lured me to the room where a machine tears out their endoskeleton. I assume it had something to do with Father's experiments, because then they used it on me. Their remnant ended up inside of me.
I
got entered inside of me.
Father,
Pulled
I
out
have a
all my
gambling
organs.
addiction. No, because he went to Vegas.
Father, I have a gambling addiction, Father.
Father, I stole all your money and I blew it on slots because I'm 16.
Father, I had a Las Vegas wedding. It pulled out all my organs. They crawled inside of me and used me as a skin suit. At least I assume that's what happened. All I remember was pain, and then I woke up on the pavement with my jaw dislocated like this. I'd lost an entire week. After what I'd seen, I knew my father had killed the Fazbear 5. and Charlie. And who knew who else I was going to find him. I just didn't know how or what I'd do when I found him.
Mike paused for a moment before continuing. As he had told his story, his words had slowly become less guarded. Now it seemed like he needed to regain his composure.
His car was found outside of Freddy's.
Mike continued.
So as soon as I figured out how to talk and move again, I got hired as a night guard to investigate there.
Nate couldn't keep himself from interrupting. Wait, when exactly was this?
Middle of November 1993/2/8/2001, like I said.
Elation built in Nate. Mike had already said so many crazy things that he still hadn't really processed, but maybe there really was a clue that could explain why his father died. So, you would have been the night guard right after my dad?
Wait, is your dad the guy in those Springlock training tapes?
Nate nodded.
Oh, I'm so sorry for your loss.
Mike ran his hand through his hair.
Yo, he's not bald, let's go.
No.
You know, he left voicemails for me each night. I guess there was some time delay for me to access them. I heard him die.
He had? What about his call to Nate? Had Fazbear Entertainment brainwashed him to the point that after he hung up so his child wouldn't actually hear him die, he then left a recording for his successor?
I did what he said. I checked the extra animatronic parts, but I didn't find him. Instead, I found the body of some blonde woman.
Wait, what did you do with her?
Oh, you know. I buried her in the woods.
Can you say the actual line?
I buried her in the woods.
Mike replied like it was no big deal. What, you did what? Nate sputtered. Do you have any idea how many disappearances are associated with Freddy's? Whoever that woman was, her family never found out what happened to her. She never got a proper burial. Could have been proof that the animatronics were killing people and stuffing them into suits.
Jeez, calm down.
Mike held up his hands.
I'm holding up my hands. I couldn't go to the authorities looking the way I do.
Nate restrained himself from shouting that it wasn't an excuse. He didn't want this conversation to dissolve into an argument. Mike would stop telling his story, and he might forget to lure the probably murderous animatronic rabbit away from their location. What happened next?
Oh yeah, he's just lore dumping while playing the hardest mode in FNaF 3.
So I timed this. I actually timed this. The math is at the bottom of the chapter. So my interpretation is that the animatronics don't get more movement opportunities in the uncompressed, like, real-world version. So the FNaF 3 speeds up by a factor of 62 times. And I watched footage of someone playing Night 6, and there's about 10 seconds between each time they use an audio cue, so it's about 10 minutes in universe. And I read the section with the lore dump right now, and it out loud, and it got under 10 minutes. So while they're talking, he's just waiting for the audio system to reboot.
So in-universe Springtrap's walking through that building incredibly slow?
Yes.
Okay.
But I think people cack it. I read somewhere that, like, if you don't assume Springtrap moves super slow, he's, like, moving faster than the speed of sound or something.
He could just do that.
Yeah, this is His dad was Scott Cawthorne. That's crazy. Okay.
Was it me next? What happened next? Well, I couldn't find him.
Yeah, that's your line.
Well, I couldn't find him. I'd never heard of the safe rooms. I can't believe he was right there and I missed him.
Wait, the Springlock suit? That's Afton? Nate, of course, knew that the infamous mascot killer lured his victims dressed as Spring Bonnie, and it was commonly theorized that this was the reason both it and Fredbear had been retired as characters. But it simply never crossed his mind that they could have been the body Nate found in the safe room. Well, not quite a body, given what he'd seen on his security cameras.
He had returned to harvest more remnant from the animatronics. It ended up triggering a Springlock failure inside the safe room. More than possessing it, He's the same kind of being I am. As I was saying,
Mike continued before Nate could ask how he knew it was his father inside of the Springlock suit. That is your line.
trying to figure out if maybe they tore him limb from limb. They tore him asunder, or stuffed him inside themselves, or something. The kids he killed, their bodies weren't there anymore. It was just goo, remnant, I assume, Faz goo.
Yes. What happened next? Oh, right, that's me. I gotta do.
You're the narrator.
Yes. Mike looked surprised that Nate even cared, but he did. These weren't just the answers to the mysteries that had haunted him. This was Mike's life. He wanted to know what happened. He deserved to have someone know his story. Mike's tale filled Nate with sympathy and a desire to take him in his arms and comfort him, but he was extremely aware that this wouldn't be welcome.
I went back to the house I grew up in. That's where I'd been staying while working at entertainment and rental. Not that I had that job anymore. Between not having a high school diploma and what I had become, it became even harder to get jobs. I don't need to eat, so I just gave up. But even though the house was paid off, I wasn't able to pay the property taxes. Without power or water, it wasn't all that useful. So one day I just left. And I've been homeless ever since. Sometimes I take odd jobs so I can buy new clothes or stuff like my prepaid phone. I haven't been able to bring myself to leave the area, so I've just wandered the county, mostly either living in the streets of St. George or in Zion National Park. The cold can't kill me, it just hurts. The wild animals avoid me. The heat, I guess since I can't sweat, is the real problem. If it gets too hot, I can't think or control my limbs. I feel like I'm unraveling. So I spend most of the summer at the bottom of the lakes and rivers.
Yeah. Oh God, sorry, just thinking about everything that happened to.
I can fix him.
Yeah. Also just thinking about being in Zion National Park and then you just see Mike.
It's like the kid from the Total Drama season that goes feral.
Nate was full of questions. What did happen if Mike ate? Did he still sleep? What happened if he got hurt? Was he aware that he was the owner of 25% of Fazbear Entertainment? This is you.
I got lost.
I will highlight it.
I'm looking at my own version of the website. The past couple years, I felt I stayed closer to Hurricane.
Mhm.
In the past couple of years, I've stayed closer to Hurricane. It just felt right, like I had to keep an eye on Freddy's. But when I saw a newspaper article about Fazbear's Frights opening, I knew I had to be there in case I had to contain something dangerous.
Mike chuckled.
Guess I should have stayed in Hurricane and met with you once you opened up the safe room. Saved both of us the trouble.
Nate sat with Mike's story. Here were all the answers. Another tragedy added to the list. But the movement of Afton on the camera feed reminded him that he didn't have time to sit with the information. So, why are you still here? What's your plan? Hello, Cross. You missed the part where I just explained my version of the FNaF timeline from Mike's limited perspective. Like, I was the Midnight Motorist. And then I went to Vegas.
I was the Midnight Motorist. I went to Vegas.
I went to Vegas. I've been homeless for 20 years.
I've kissed so many boys in Vegas.
Mike must have been watching the cameras out of his peripheral vision because before answering, he spun in the chair and played another Balloon Boy soundbite from the control panel, then immediately set the audio system to reboot. Afterwards, he turned back to Nate.
I've got to take care of something.
When Mike said that, his eyes briefly flipped over to the logbook on the desk. While he wanted to keep things close to his chest, and only tell Nate the bare minimum, Nate reckoned that Mike's ability to guard his face had atrophied from lack of social interaction. But just like Mike's lie at the beginning, he knew he couldn't point that out.
I've also been trying to figure out how to kill him.
Mike continued.
I don't know. Maybe I can spend my first paycheck on gasoline and burn the place down during the day.
And Springtrap talking this fic. No secret, and he does not. Which is why I did
He
not
can't
tag it.
talk.
I didn't tag it with William Afton, I just tagged it with Springtrap. Oh, you don't need to go to all that effort, Nate said before he realized what he was doing. Without thinking about it, he was completely on board with burning down the attraction with Afton inside. Purify it, just like in all those myths and fairy tales. Well, he had liked to have taken a sample. He had plenty of photos of the animatronic. And now he'd have Mike as proof and witness. Mike should change his name to Odysseus with that 20 years, lol. Yeah, darn it. It wasn't like someone could have run a DNA test on a body in that suit to confirm it was Afton. Washington County in 1983 simply didn't have the technology, so there was no DNA sample for William Afton on file. This place is already a death trap. I'm pretty sure gasoline would leave evidence. But like I said when I called you, it would be so easy to start an electrical fire. Activating all the systems after disabling the breaker panel should be enough. To figure this part out, I read so many how not to start an electrical fire guides, because they don't write guides on how to start them. Okay.
Wait, really?
Alright.
Wait, really?
Yeah, Nate's head was ablaze with ideas. He pulled out his pliers
Ablaze, haha.
and handed them to Mike. Pull out the grounding pin, that's the bottom one, for the fan and monitor. Leave the control panel plugged in, we don't want to mess with it. I'll go out and destroy the breaker panel. You keep an eye on your dad and do the luring away thing. Oh, if I call you, you can warn me if he's about to sneak up on me. Then, once I've disabled the circuit breaker, you can turn on all the systems at once. If that doesn't cause a short, I don't know what would. We leave and lock the doors. You wait a bit and then call 911. I'll head back to the motel before the firefighters get here. Mike thought for a moment before reaching into the pocket of his cargo pants and pulling out a modern flip phone. Nate realized that he must be carrying all of his worldly possessions inside those pants. He tossed the phone to Nate, who caught it.
Set up the call while I break the monitor. It'll still work, right?
Nate made an affirmative sound as he pulled out his own phone and called Mike's. By the time he was done, Mike was calling back out from under the desk and the monitor was on again.
Where's the breaker panel?
He asked as he cycled through the different camera feeds, causing an echo effect from the phones that made them both cringe. It's the room with the arcade machines, Nate replied, pushing through the discomfort and slotting his phone on his tool belt. Mike nodded before setting up the audio lure.
The path is clear. Quick, go. I'll take care of the fan.
See, Seeker, Mike is actually doing stuff. And now we get the mandatory, we're gonna set things on fire song for FNaF.
This is just like, what's it called? This is just like FNaF the musical.
Really?
This is genuinely kind of like FNaF the musical Night 3.
I did not know that. I like that one person has to go and like start the fire while the other person is watching on the security cams.
All the animatronics go to the different rooms to find fire extinguishers while Markiplier and Nate wants to battle watch the cameras. And Springtrap is also wandering around there.
Nate nodded and started to sprint for the room with the breaker panel. His heart pounded in his ears. All that would make it even harder to hear if Afton was sneaking up on him. Intentionally setting an electrical fire offended a small part of him that was all professionalism. This was obviously for the greater good. The Springlock animatronic was possessed by some kind of serial killer / abusive father / mad scientist. How did he only act at night? Was it actually associated with the time of day? Or with how many people? Oh, it's, sorry, no one went through the Yeah, yapping and
Mistakes all
making
it
your
takes
plans
is Michael Bad.
to stop.
Okay. Michael Bad.
How did the only
No, that's the wrong night.
At night thing work? Was it actually associated with the time of day or with how many people were around? The guest could be in actual danger when the attraction opened tomorrow. The guest could be in actual danger when the attraction opened tomorrow. Hadn't he been hoping something terrible would befall the attraction? Meanwhile, he'd spent most of the preceding week having goods in the toilet and performing a licensed electrical work? Nate reached the breaker box, but was initially hesitant to put his back to the entrance of the room. No, he needed to focus. He needed to trust Mike. He opened the panel and started yanking out the black rectangles of each circuit breaker, letting them drop to the floor. He didn't realize anything was amiss until he heard Mike's voice through the speakerphone shout,
Behind you!
Nate whipped around and saw Afton. The same rotting costume now cast in new light was almost upon him. On pure instinct, he drew the cattle prod and turned it on, and struck the exposed shoulder endoskeleton. Afton jolted to a halt, but before he could recover, Nate slammed the prod into his chest, forcing him over onto his back. He stood over the corpse, Afton's human eyes staring up at him, but he felt no more pity or disgust. There was only rage, and this rage reached out and met something. It answered, forming a positive feedback loop and flowing back into Nate. The anger filled him up, making him feel both present and far away, faceting, reflecting, expanding, growing beyond his body, leaving room for something else to join him. He raised the cattle prod up high and brought it down, stabbing over and over again, in and out, just like the knife he had stabbed into those children's chests. Distantly he heard laughter, manic
In-N-Out
laughter.
Burger.
It was his own voice, but beyond that, just at the edge of hearing, was more voices, higher-pitched voices. He brought down the prod onto Afton's skull, and he held it there until he saw wisps of smoke curl from the dirtied fabric. Then he resumed frantic stabbing, reaching every inch of flesh he could find. This man, he was responsible for everything, not just the children he had killed and abused by his own hand. Phasma Entertainment was his company. Every death and injury, every parent left to mourn their child, every child left to mourn their parent, every lover sorrowed for another. It was him, the sleepless nights wondering what could have happened, every what if and could I have saved them. He screamed with the voices of the hundreds of people who had their voices stolen, every drop of blood and sweat spilled for this monster grotesque carnival. He smelled burning food and felt his mouth begin to water. The loved ones made a mockery of the court, their names and faces twisted for profit, their flesh crushed by cold hard steel. The children wandering alone in the darkness, the workers, their lives reduced to chips. All of this burnt grenade, and conducted the room reaching further than the people into every tragedy that spilled forth from this man's action. He expanded and spiraled with his arms and arms. Monsters forced to wander unloved. It as a hand grabbed his bicep
Nate, are you okay? Oh,
said. Nate blinked his eyes, his palm now throbbing. Under him lay, I'm so sorry. It
you're
is.
saying music is too loud.
Yeah, I was just so in the mood with like the crescendo of the. I didn't want to stop to turn the music down again. That's the problem with this track. It varies in volume too far. The remaining tracks are quiet ones though, so you're just gonna have to like listen to me and look on the screen and read the words for my epic moment with
Epic moment.
fucking concept of everyone who suffered possessing Nate.
Let's go.
Nate blinked his eyes, his palm now throbbing. Under him lay Afton, his left arm broken at the elbow. It was suddenly dark. Mike was holding a penlight and looking at Nate with fear and concern.
What happened?
Oh no, wait, that's me. Sorry. What happened? He asked groggily. It was suddenly rather cold. Now
No time for that.
Mike shot back, letting go of Nate and picking up the dropped cattle prod, but only after covering his hand with his sleeve. That's you.
I turned everything on and it started a fire in the security office. We need to get out of here.
Nate stepped over Afton, who was starting to twitch and moan, and followed Mike out of the building. Okay, before we go on to the next scene, was I completely inaudible? Or was it just kind of awkward? Because if I was completely inaudible, I will redo the epic climax of this fic again, if you didn't hear any of it.
Springtrap noticed Mike there and goes, "Oh, Michael, there you are.
Yeah.
Did you go down to the bunker like I told you to? Oh, would you like to help me kill this guy? Come on.
Oh,
I know
why
you wanna.
are you purple?
Oh,
That's what he's gonna say. Why are you purple?
why are you purple? What is wrong with you? Why are you purple? Breaking Bad reference.
Yeah. Chat. Did you hear? Was the music just like annoyingly loud, or did you not hear me at all? I need to know. Wait, it might be that I'm on chat filter top messages again.
I don't see anything. I'm on live.
Okay. Oh, you were
Same delay, back
quoting.
at it
You were
again.
quoting Sika with the. Did you go down in the bunker? Would you like to help me kill this guy? Come on, I know you wanna. Ha ha ha.
Oh, ha, ha.
Ha ha ha.
It's me, William Afton.
Yeah.
William Afton.
Yeah. And you notice the
I'm
injuries
silly.
are the injuries are the ones that Springtrap has.
Wah!
Yeah, 'cause
Did he grow bone ears? Did
not that part, but like he caused the injury that then caused the remnant to do weird stuff, like
let's go.
holding
Like,
the
like
cattle
the
prod
bone ears.
down on his head and breaking his arm. And then I guess the remnant was like, time to grow bone ears. Wait, I need to look at
Bone
the
ears.
music was yeah, but did you hear? Do you want me to redo the scene where the music was too loud? That's what I want to know. Because I know probably most of you are treating this like
Bam,
a
bam, bam.
podcast and thus don't see that the text is also on the screen. How we do that? I'm gonna figure out what that bone ears thing for Scraptrap is. Scraptrap bone ears.
Like, it arguably is probably just like mummified skin, but like it's the same texture as the bone arm. So like
Why are you purple? Did Elizabeth do that? I didn't know she could turn people purple.
I didn't know that was a power she had.
Yeah. Here it is.
Naked Scrap Trap is so funny to me.
Oh, he did. Yeah, he did grow back hand bones because no bones.
Oh yeah,
Scott loves animating. Scott loves depicting the human form.
he's so good at it. Also, I
Yeah.
love the spheres. I love the spheres of flesh he has on his body.
I think that's
'Cause it's
supposed to
probably
be like a replication of a dom. It's just weird. It's like such a different art style. I think he wanted to make, for some reason, he made FNaF 6 more cartoony. Even though he did.
Well, that's just how he does people.
Yeah, but he
I
cooked
think
so hard with FNaF 3. Like, why?
I think Springtrap is a fluke.
Yes, please read that section. We want to see an HG geoform. I don't think the geoform involves getting possessed. But also, I don't really know the lightsaber forms. Okay.
You don't know the lightsaber forms, but I thought you liked Star Wars.
I do, but
You don't know all of the fictional martial
hard to
arts skills.
memorize, and also it's like there was a big thing in Legends. Here, we'll do this track. I know it won't be too loud.
We'll do a diss track.
No, this track. Yeah, no.
Oh, we're doing a diss track.
The diss track is what like the italic-sized thoughts are. Okay.
Is the song that you were playing the ending of FNAF
yeah,
6?
it's FNaF 6, and like the climax.
Vario animals trapped in those halls.
The climax
Relinquish your
was
souls.
lining up with it, and I was like so much in the zone that I want to turn back down again. But yeah, problem is the track varies in audio, in how loud it is. Alright.
I'm kind of jealous. How come I don't get to turn purple? Do I need more remnant?
Yeah, okay, so the thing where Mike says that Springtrap is the same being as him, in my personal headcanon, he is actually wrong there, because Scraptrap's heart still beats. Mike does not. Mike is a person who died and came back to life and is possessing his own non-decaying corpse through...
I disagree. I think he just got healed and didn't actually die.
Yeah, good point. But like, for me, Mike does not even... I suppose I did kind of write myself into a corner with Mike not breathing, because like, how does the gas work? But also, the gas does not kill you, it only makes you blind. So like, his weird eyes are like sensitive to carbon monoxide. I mean, I say both...
His eyes are sensitive to gas, it's okay.
Yeah, I say both carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide throughout the fic, because I like look factors for one of those, and it does not make sense for you to be having them. Well, actually, there is one context in which it might make sense. The being underground, if it was underground.
It was actually FNAF tear gas.
Yeah, I don't know.
It was nightmare gas.
Okay. I'm gonna lock in again for
It was Joker laughing
my
gas.
best for the climax of the fic. Nate whipped around and saw that Afton, the same rotting costume, now cast in a new light, was almost upon him. On pure instinct, he drew the cattle prod, turned it on, and struck the exposed shoulder endoskeleton. Afton jolted to a halt, and before he could recover, Nate slammed the prod into his chest, forcing him over onto his back. He stood over the corpse, Afton's human eyes staring up at him, but he felt no more pity or disgust. There was only rage, and this rage reached out and met something. It answered, forming a positive feedback loop and flowing back into Nate. The anger filled him up, making him feel both present and far away, faceting, reflecting, expanding, growing beyond his body, leaving room for something else to join him. He raised the cattle prod up high and brought it down, stabbing over and over again, in and out, just like the knife he had stabbed into those children's chests. Distantly, he heard laughter, manic laughter. It was his own voice. But beyond that, just at the edge of hearing, was more voices, higher-pitched voices. He brought down the prod onto Afton's skull and held it there until he saw wisps of smoke curl from the dirtied fabric. Then he resumed the frantic stabbing, reaching every inch of flesh he could find. This man, he was responsible for everything. Not just the children he had killed and abused by his own hand. Fazbear Entertainment was his company. Every death and injury, every parent left to mourn their child, every child left to mourn their parent, every lover sundered from another. It was him. Sleepless nights wondering what had happened, every what if, and could I have saved them. He screamed with the voices of the hundreds of people who had had their voices stolen. Every drop of blood and sweat spilled for this monster's grotesque carnival. He smelled burning meat and felt his mouth begin to water. Their loved ones made a mockery of in court, their names and facts twisted for profit, the flesh crushed by cold hard steel, the children wandering alone in the darkness, their workers, their lives reduced to jokes. All of this burned through Nate. It conducted through him, reaching further than the pizzeria, to every tragedy which spilled forth from this man's actions. He expanded and spiraled as his arms moved on their own. Monsters forced to wander, unloved. Nate felt a hand grab his bicep, and in a rush, he came back to his body. In a flash of pain, he dropped the cattle prod, and it clattered on the floor. "Nate, are you okay?" Mike said. Nate blinked his eyes, his palm now throbbing. Under him lay Afton, his left arm broken at the elbow. It was suddenly dark. Mike was holding a penlight and looking at Nate with fear and concern. What happened?" he asked groggily. It was suddenly rather cold. "No time for that," Mike shot back, letting go of Nate and picking up the dropped cattle prod, but only after covering his hand with his sleeve. Turned everything on, and it started a fire in his security office. "We need to get out of here." Nate stepped over Afton, who was starting to twitch and moan, and followed Mike out of the building. The one you should not have killed, which one?
Yippee!
Vengeful Spirit. William killed a lot of
Which
people
one?
that should not have. Yeah, so like, it's sort of the Vengeful
I don't
Spirit.
even know who you are.
Who's like, so like, obviously Nate is connecting with the field. And I also kind of wrote this as a writing exercise of like, what if you connected to the Force, but like the dark side wasn't there to mess you up? What if it was just dead people? And so it's like Cassidy is part of what was sort of possessing Nate, and part of it was also just like the ambient agony of who everyone Fazbear fucked over, because like that's what like this figure is focusing on. You never lose track before it goes on. And you can do Mike's voices again. All this only for Springtrap to survive anyway. Somehow. Alright.
It's not Absol's fault canon FNaF is like that.
Yeah. You have to work when you're writing a tie and stuff. You have to work with what you're given. Anyway, I did change. Nate did make change his art style. That's what the attack really did. It made you look. The attack that makes your art style bad.
But the problem is with attacking with electricity is that man has bone ears. You don't know what that's gonna do to him.
I don't know where you're getting the bone ears from.
The little, he has little flaps on the side of his head.
In Springtrap?
Yeah, in Springtrap.
What are you talking about? I'm bringing.
He has little bone ears. Do you not see the bone ears?
It's not an ear.
Do you not see the bone ears?
That's not an ear.
The bone ears.
I'm looking at a render of him right now. That's not an ear. It's like weird
And what is it?
jaw flesh thing. Because he's like growing random flesh. Because his remnant is all messed
Why is
up.
it bone textured?
No, it's like muscle over bone.
Agree to disagree.
Stop calling Mike a fraud, Seeker.
I'm gonna
He's our
time you out.
boy.
He's literally me. And you're making fun of him, which means you're making fun of me. Gah! I don't even know if my mic voice is even that good, honestly. I'm just kind of doing it.
The problem is, it's nice. I would not be able to make my voice that deep, so Mike and Nate would sound pretty similar.
Yeah. I can get deep, but I can't do the British.
Yeah. But, I mean, that interpretation kind of works with the theory that he puts on the British accent even when he's, like, imagining himself talking to his dad, because his dad forced him to be British.
Father, it's me, Michael. I did it. I found it. It was right. I like how when you search up Springtrap, at least half of it is Oof Troop stuff.
And redesign.
Because some of the stuff you've clicked on is Oof Troop's redesign.
Yeah. There's this thing.
I love it. I love him. I don't know what this thing is. I have to wait for Scream to catch up.
I'm streaming it to Discord. Oh,
You
I'm not
are?
streaming it to Discord anymore.
Yeah, you stopped when you left the channel for a second.
Alright, I'm streaming to
That's why I had
Discord
it.
once again.
Yeah, I love that model of him because he also has bone kidneys.
That's like, oh yeah. What? Why is there bone? Why do organ have bone in it, Scott?
To be fair, that is a fan interpretation of what the inside looks like.
Yeah, because we don't
Based
have...
off of the little bit they made their own model.
Yeah,
So
I'm
that's not
really
entirely
seeing where
accurate.
he gets the bone kidneys from.
However, it is very funny.
No son of mine was speaking an American accent. William, yeah, so true.
I love the flesh orbs. One time I drew them, but I pretended the flesh orbs were boobs, and I put them in a little dress.
Aww. Okay, where are the flesh orbs on the actual image?
Good point. They might not be real. The flesh orbs might just be made up.
Yeah, Scott's modeling might not be
Misinformation. Misinformation.
Yeah, Mr. Trap, I agree. It's not all that bad. It's just not this good. Oh, you want to see the really good Scrap Trap? Like redesign that I think is part of why it's so good is that it sticks with it's like if a real artist was given like if Scott made Trap as concept art. And then,
I think Scrap Trap is an amazing concept. I think they could have done so much cool with it.
Yeah. Well, check out.
I'm
trying to see if I can find a good. Here we go. This one is look at him in all his horrible glory.
Yeah, that has a very analog horror vibe to it, though.
Yeah, Banshee is good. I mean, I'm too scared to act. Too much of a scaredy cat.
I don't know if it's my favorite vibe, but it is good.
Yeah.
Just doesn't. I'm not 100% vibing with it.
And they have Cece and Mike actually talk to each other.
Peak. I would love it if my two main characters interacted ever.
Yeah.
I guess it's kind of a stretch to call Bite Victim a main character.
It's kind of a stretch to call him a character.
He's a force of nature. He's a force that pushes the characters. He is the inciting incident of the franchise, and that's okay.
Yeah.
He pushes both Mike and William's characters, if you believe Will Grief.
Yeah.
And that's a really nice story beat, because it pushes both of them pushes Mike to be better and William to be worse.
If anyone has a good explanation for Shadow Edwin before we resume our story time.
Edwin, oh yeah. I made the mimic, oh yeah. It was difficult to put the pieces together. Oh, you have Twitter?
Only so I can look at this. I've never used
And you're
this
not
Twitter.
following me?
I
You're not
don't use
following
this
me?
Twitter. I only use this Twitter because they make you log in to look at things.
And you're not following me?
I don't think I've ever tweeted.
That's okay. I wouldn't recommend actually being on Twitter.
Yeah, okay. Well, I did run some gimmick Twitter accounts for a while. But yeah.
I ran
Last
one of
thing I
those.
did is I reposted, like, in 2022, like, entered into a contest for Pokemon. Yeah, this is just me entering into contests. That's all I use this account for.
Atrocious take to call Wilgreave. I'm timing it out for 30 seconds.
Seeker.
Put user in timeout.
I want to just make.
10 seconds.
I just want to make you read books, and then you tell me what you think of them, because.
Oh, what? It deletes messages if you time them out?
Yeah.
I'm never doing that again.
Yeah.
It's not worth the bit.
Wait,
I only did it for 10 seconds.
Wait, what if it's Gaster? Guys, what if it's Gaster? He's been
Does
shattered
that
through
mean?
time and space, and he's ending up in other universes.
I'm sorry, Seeker. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry it.
Don't
Sorry,
worry,
it
it's not
deleted all
all
your
that unique
messages.
of a message.
But I went back and deleted all of their messages.
You deleted all of their messages?
I guess. I don't know if they're just deleted because they're currently timed out.
I think so.
I'm never doing that again.
I'm gonna.
I thought because it was.
Sorry, I don't want, like, my studio thing to be visible, so I'm gonna have to turn off the audio input, and then I'm gonna see if I can restore Seeker's good standing in my channel.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It was only 10 seconds.
Let's see.
I'm sorry.
Mod actions.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just, like, wait for the
I'm sorry.
time to time out. Yeah, well,
It should have already timed out. It should have already untimed out.
that's a lesson in not abusing your power, my friend.
True. I thought it would just be like 10 seconds. Bam, you can't message. I didn't realize it would delete all the other messages.
Okay. So,
They're still showing up for me. Oh, I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, I don't think
Oh, they're
all
kind
my
of- no,
messages
they're-
got deleted when I've been killed by, when all the times Cryo killed me.
It could also just be on my end.
No, it says view deleted
Like mod
message
end.
on my end. Yeah, but no, that means
Yeah.
other people will not be able to see it. We killed Seeker for 10 seconds as a joke for saying that Wilgreave is a bad story.
And I've never regretted anything more.
Yeah.
I can't be trusted.
Yeah. Okay. Please come back, Seeker. Please don't leave us. We need you saying out-of-pocket stuff in chat.
We need you. You're one of the goats. Just because I hate you doesn't mean I don't like you.
Yeah. Okay. We're trying to be Freddy's. Especially you can't always be Freddy's.
Freddy, Reddy, Eddie, D, E, right? That's what it stands for.
No, it's friendly, respectful.
Freddy, Reddy, Eddie, D,
Okay, let's do what we're
and E.
supposed to be doing. So there's still some mic lines in this next section. He just doesn't have a whole monologue. Nate examined his injured hand under the light of the light bulbs that just came on above him. He was sitting on the counter. Seeker is back! Okay, glad to see you're okay.
Yes, he was back.
Nate examined his injured hand under the light of the bulbs that just came on above him. He was sitting on the counter of a carnival game directly across from Fazbear's Fright. Whatever had come over him, it had slipped from his mind like a dream, leaving him only with the vaguest memories. The skin on his palm was bright red.
The vague-ass memories.
Oh God, I'm not gonna be able to read the word Vegas anymore, am I?
You're welcome.
Good thing I've already beaten Fallout New Vegas. Fallout New Vegas.
You big ass.
Yes. The skin on his palm was bright red, but it didn't look or feel any worse than a sunburn. The cattle prod was dead now, probably died while he was still attacking Afton. His modifications had overheated, but somehow Nate didn't notice until Mike broke the spell. Mike pulled himself up onto the counter from inside the booth, where he'd been turning the lights on. He joined Nate in staring out at the burning attraction. Without windows, it was hard to tell what was happening, but the smell of smoke was strong in the air. You want one? Oh wait, no, you say Mike's lines.
You want one?
Mike asked, breaking the uncomfortable silence. Nate was burning with questions, but he didn't know how to start. He looked up to see Mike holding out a box of what was labeled as nicotine gum. He narrowed his eyes in response.
What?
Mike replied, suddenly defensive.
What? This is the only way that works. Besides, I don't think I can get cancer.
Slipped his box back into one of his many pants pockets and got to chewing his gum. So that is during TD's logbook overanalyze stream. Mike writes in the logbook that he wants bad habit he wants to get over is chewing gum, and someone was like, I think that is a PG way of saying he is a smoker, and I was like, what if it's
Actually, it's evidence that the come closer kid is actually Michael, and it's evidence for that. Blah 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 blah. Actually,
I mean,
blah blah blah.
The best way to write books is when everything is multiple things.
No, everything has to be one thing. I don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard you try.
There was a crash, and his plume of smoke unfurled into the night sky. A part of the ceiling must have collapsed. Nate poked at his injured hand. So, what are you going to do next? He asked, looking at the building instead of Mike.
Well, I don't know.
Mike mumbled in reply. You know, I have a spare room back in California where I normally live. My housemates won't mind, and we can help you find a job.
You want me to live with you?
Mike sounded incredulous. Well, you'd be very useful with writing the book. The idea flowed out of Nate, half-formed.
Book?
Book, podcast, YouTube series. Now they would have actual answer. The idea of sharing his results with the public invigorated Nate. I'm not sure, but like I said, I've been researching Phasma Entertainment for decades. You've given me the last pieces. You're the one clue I didn't think existed anymore, but no one is going to believe me without you. The realization settled in a pit in Nate's stomach.
I don't want to be turned into some kind of science experiment or freak show.
Mike replied with cold anger. No, nothing like that. I'll make sure of it. I don't know how you go about proving something like this to the general public, but even just a video showing off your, would help when it comes to proving our claims. I wouldn't turn you into a circus attraction.
Did I get lost again? Oh, I did.
Yes.
There isn't any hour here.
Mike growled. Nate blinked. He realized it never occurred to him that Mike wouldn't want to tell the public his story. But he pleaded, without you, I don't have any evidence. How can I give the families closure if I'm just some crank?
Doesn't matter.
Mike replied, starting to turn away. Anger filled Nate. This was the exact opposite of his episode facing Afton. This anger remained contained within him, centering his body and mind. He hopped off the counter and stood to face Mike. How can you say something like this? You... Nate's arguments were forming as quickly as he spoke. You spent your entire life on the inside, and yes, this led to terrible things. At least you've known. Everyone else, they don't. They don't know who killed their loved ones. That not knowing, you can't heal until you do. It doesn't matter if their killer's dead. If they don't know, that's just private vengeance. This isn't just about you and your siblings and your father. This isn't even just Afton's victims as well. There's all these people who become part of your family drama without even knowing. You owe them the truth. You own a quarter of Phasma Entertainment. William Afton has been missing for so long. It doesn't matter if you can't present a body. You would force them to take responsibility for their neglect and stop things like that. Nate gestured at the building behind him. Stop them from twisting real tragedies to make a quick buck. Publishers and newspapers wouldn't have to worry about getting sued if you're involved. And proving Remnant is real. There's so much medical research that could come from this. It brought you back from the dead. It could save people's lives. Not everyone is going to treat you terribly just because you're different. If you hide, not everyone is going to treat you terribly because you're different. And if you hide just because of the people who do, you're letting them win. You You act like you're not human anymore, but that's not true. You still have the same basic moral obligations as everyone else. Mike had shrunk under the force of Nate's rant, but he had just regained his composure, hiding the shame that started to appear on his face. He got up from the counter and stood to his full height, head above Nate.
You should leave now.
He said, his voice dripping with barely contained anger.
You need to be gone by the time the firefighters arrive.
Nate faltered. His next argument about Mike needing to get over his internalized shame about his condition died in his throat. After an extra moment of consideration, he realized that kind of psychoanalysis from someone he barely knew wouldn't be well received. Without response, he started to circle the burning building so he could reach his car. As he walked, his rage flickered and died, drenched by pity and sympathy. It filled him with doubt. Was he right when he said that Mike owed everyone the truth? And even if he was, could he have acted differently to get his cooperation? What did he know about what Mike went through? Where did the line fall between his own desire for privacy and everyone else's right to know? It hadn't even occurred to him to quickly snap a photo of Mike, but would that have been ethical? This kind of philosophy was more Emily's kind of thing. Part of Nate wanted to turn around and say something to Mike, but he didn't even know what. Alright, need to switch tracks. It's time for things to get freaky. Not like that.
What is that? Okay.
If you played
Why is it like God is coming?
You'll
Why is
see.
it like...
If you've played Disco Elysium, know that I chose this track for a very specific reason.
God is gonna ascend from the heavens and pluck Springtrap and give him his bone ears.
Nate was still musing over these thoughts when he reached the back of the building and saw a flash of movement in his peripheral vision, framed by the exit door of the attraction. The city... Oh, I think this is too loud again. I have to deal with, like, beeps on my headphones. Nate was still musing over these thoughts when he reached the back of the building and saw a flash of movement in his peripheral vision, framed by the exit door of the attraction. Soon as its legs bent and head rolled, it was a damaged Freddy animatronic. It was missing an ear, girded to green, covered in black charm marks, and had wires sticking out. It seemed to glow with some kind of self-illumination, its white eyes staring at Nate. Nate hesitantly approached the bear. He knew that it wasn't real and that it wasn't a threat. He paused when he reached it. It still hadn't moved beyond tracking his movement with its eyes. Right in front of one of its upturned hands was a 90s brick phone, its blue screen providing the only true light. Entranced, Nate bent down to pick it up. When he looked up, the spectral Freddy was gone. Nate considered the phone. The small screen proclaimed ongoing call, but instead of a timer ticking up, there was just a colon. It was blank of any other information, such as current time, the number of the other caller, battery, or level of cell reception. Electronic devices stored remnant. In a flash, Nate recalled how Dave said he had received a call from Dad on Sunday, or how Mike thought his last words were leaving a voicemail for him. Could you even program a time delay for a cassette-based answering machine? Has he been existing this whole time in the phone? What's that like? Is he okay? I could talk to him. No longer thinking about the implications, Nate brought the phone to his ear. Dad, it's me, he choked out, before realizing there was no way he could recognize his voice. I mean, it's Copelia, just my name is Nathaniel now. It's been over 20 years out here. Nate swallowed, holding back tears. I'm transgender. I'm a man. He finally got to tell his dad we wish he could since he was 14. You're crouching under a table. Hiding his body stalks to the party room and your phone rings. You are immediately seized by panic. What if the animatronic's here? With shaking hands, you pull out your phone and answer the call. Dad, it's me, a voice so like your own says. I mean, it's Copelia, just my name is Nathaniel now. It's been over 20 years out here. Despite the impossibility of it all, you know that to be true. This is your daughter, all grown up. I'm transgender. I'm a man. No, your son. The pizzeria falls away. You find yourself inside a white void. Standing across from you is a man that looks so much like you. He's a bit shorter. His face looks just different enough that you look like brothers rather than clones. But you have the exact same curl to your hair. I don't know if you can understand that, he says. but you have to believe you'll accept me. You rush forward to embrace him. Of course I do, you reply. I only want what will make you happy. I met Dave. I know you were together now. I'm sorry you never got to tell me yourself. Even in this strange place, hearing that sets you on edge. You clutch your son tighter. I wish I could have told you, you confess. But I wanted you to keep you safe. I thought we would have more time. You trail off. You don't know how to put your feelings into words. You curse yourself for the years Nathaniel must have spent wondering how you would have reacted to coming out. That you thought what would keep you both safe was hiding so much of yourself. That it fell under the same rules of keeping a kid out of divorce drama. And that if it was the safe decision, then you curse yourself that Nathaniel had to be born in a time and place where that was the case. That you, in so many ways, weren't able to give your son the life he deserved. It was hard without you, but I made it. I moved to California. I got to be my real self. I met people there. I have a family. All Bronwyn Light knew was pain. The inside of the animatronic casings weren't completely smooth. They were full of gears that connected to endoskeletons. Those very gears dug into her scalp, blood dripping down her face. She tried to breathe, her broken ribs burning. How long had it been? Hours? Days? Weeks? No one could survive that long, injured the way she was. Had Ralph gotten her phone call? Her contact said that the answering machine required a code to play messages left by outside numbers. She couldn't move. Jeremy had broken one of her lower vertebrae. She couldn't feel her legs anymore. She tried to escape mentally, thinking about her parents and her brother. But if Ralph didn't stop the animatronics, they might not be safe either. How much damage could they do if they got free? Who would they hold a grudge against? Ralph and his daughter certainly. But would they target her family? Go on a random rampage? Who was she thinking about? Where was she? What was she? Did she know anything other than the points of pain that composed her body? Had there ever been anything else? Who was she? She moved her arm, her thick, heavy arm. It was dark, she couldn't see, but she knew her own body like anyone does. She flexed her wrists, moving her hand, her large and clumsy bear's paw. It's me. All Bronwyn Light knew was pain. The inside of the animatronic casings weren't completely smooth. They were full of gears that connected to endoskeletons. Those very gears dug into her scalp, blood dripping down her face. She tried to remember again.
According to Garnack, the music is very loud.
Okay. I'm sorry about that.
Sorry for interrupting the peak.
No. I will just turn it off. I don't know how to I can't make the music quieter. But now you know it sounded like
No
God
more
was
music.
coming because they're touching the infinite here.
It's God. He's real.
All Bronwyn,
It's Freddy Fazbear.
she tried. It's the real Fred Bear. She tried to remember again, to hold on to what she was again. How long had it been? Had she thought these things before? A voice came from the phone clutched in her hand. Only one of her arms had been pinned in place by the animatronic casing. The other one had previously been free to move before it had gotten too cut up on the internals of the animatronic casing. After she had left Ralph a message, she tried to drop her phone outside of her prison. If she didn't make it, she could at least call her mom. She had pushed it out of the gap between Freddy's, her forearm and hand, landing on her palm. She could still feel it there. It felt like holding one hand in another. And I never stopped searching, a man's voice said. He began telling a story, starting with the bite of 83, explaining what exactly had happened. Just like Bronwyn had discovered, the spirits of the Fazbear Five possessed the animatronics through something called Remnant. Their killer was Micheal Afton. All of this, it was some mad science experiment. The voice described everything that had happened up to the present day, the real present day. The realization that 2 decades had somehow passed didn't disturb Bronwyn. Each new fact removed a point of pain from Bronwyn's body. She began to float, finally free and unburdened. Darkness gave way to infinity. Someone found the truth. They did it. Now everyone is going to know. The animatronics, the kids, will finally get their justice. You step back to take another look at your son. Despite everything thrown against him, he has grown into a bright young man any father could be proud of. Even in the short time you were together, you had been able to give him what he needed. This didn't make you redundant. It made it clear how much of a hole your death left in him. But now, from the circumstances of your meeting, he will finally begin to heal, to form a painless scar. I love you, he says as you embrace again. Into that warmth and that love, you unravel. He's safe, and that's all you need to know. And then the end, just like in the book.
Not enough Mike. 0 out of 10. Not enough Mike Yowie. 0 out of 10.
Don't worry, there's Mike Yowie in the appendix. I just want to take a moment.
What? In the appendix?
In the
Get out of there,
appendix.
Mike. Get out of my appendix.
No, basically I wrote a whole. I had so many ideas of like what happens after this in the main timeline. So I needed to include another chapter writing that, and I wrote a very elaborate AU, but like just the plot outline of what if Mike did go with Nate.
Very, very good. Very cool.
Thank you.
Very good.
It is peak. I hope Wither Circle at least heard some of it, so that the YouTubers I admire know that I can write well.
We hope the goats may look down upon us.
Yes.
But you turn on the God is Here music, and then Phantom Freddy showed up, and I was like, oh, it's God. Freddy.
No, so it's basically Nate. In case you didn't figure it out, although I think it's pretty obvious, Nate was able to give Ralph and Bronwyn their happiest day. Because
Let's go.
It's about fixing what it is you regret the most. And for Ralph, it's that he couldn't know that his son was obviously he didn't consciously know to regret that, but like, it was that he wasn't there to see his son grow up.
He didn't see his kid to fruition.
Yeah. And then with Bronwyn, it was people not knowing about, like, being able to know what happened. And like Cassidy was like, oops, sorry I killed your dad. Here you go. Here he is.
Oopsie daisy.
Yeah. Mike is in your appendix. In other words, you're Michael inside you, dog.
Always do.
We need to come up with a boring Michael joke to go with the boring Ballora joke.
I am the joke. I am the boring Michael joke.
True
I am the Michael
bisexuality.
Most generically attractive woman ever, and a disgusting, stinky man.
Well, the attractive woman can also crawl around like a spider. I think that's very hot.
Yeah, but like that's pretty conventional, isn't it? People like spiders, right?
Yeah, if your girl
it's pretty normal.
If your girl can't scuttle, what are you even doing?
Yeah, what's the point?
Yeah.
If she doesn't crawl around on all of her limbs and crawl up walls, what's the point?
Yeah. Oh, I do have some like credits to inspirations I need to state. So Mike's appearance. Oh, general clarifications. So basically, there isn't really a good reason for Mike to know what remnant is and that the fun times are possessed, just based on the information we have, because he doesn't reach the private room in canon. So I decided that William gave villain monologues to the fun times quite frequently, and that when Mike got injected with the remnant, he was able to view those. And then he also
William would monologue to these creatures. He would want them to know that he's real.
Yeah, and like what he's doing, and so then Mike got that knowledge imparted on him. And then when he was Fritz Smith and he was messing around with Golden Freddy, he experienced the FNaF 2 minigames, and then he's been experiencing the Between Night FNaF 3 minigames as dreams. And then, figured out William did the MCI through like context clues. Now, I need to look back at Muffet, because like, again, I played...
Muffet gives me very child vibes, so I'm not going to say anything.
No, she's an adult.
We've had this discussion before.
She runs a business.
Yeah, but children can have like lemonade stands.
Children. I'm pretty sure those spiders are her children.
Never mind then.
I just came back and I read the "I love you" scene, and I thought that Nate and Mike had confessed it. No, it's Nate. It's Ralph getting to say "I
It's
love
so
you."
over. They aren't. The 40-year-olds aren't in love. It's
Yeah,
so over.
it's early middle aged Yowie.
Let's go.
Let's see. Does she have kids? Is she an
Like she
adult?
has pigtails. She's selling like
Yeah, she runs a bake
treats at a
sale to
stand.
care for her kids.
She
I
runs a
think.
bake sale, but that's like
Muffet appears to be the leader of the spiders in the underground. She also runs her own bake sale in Hotland with the purpose of raising funds to rescue the spiders trapped in the ruins as they cannot make it past Snowdon's cold weather. After running into her web, Muffet fights the protagonist.
even if she's not like a child, she gives me very child vibes, which I don't like.
Yeah, when Mike had entered inside and chat with the kids and they just yeah, like that's another
Is there
interpretation.
Glitch Bear on the side in this Undertale wiki, or is that
Yeah.
just wiki as in general?
Oh, Fredbear? Yeah, no, that is
There's Glitch Bear.
it just tells you what fandom stuff you've looked at most recently. So
Okay.
like
It's like, why is
Banshee,
Glitch Bear in the Undertale?
Gorb, 8-bit Fredbear, trading video slideshow, reticulating splines, because I was like, wait, what does
Excuse
that
me?
mean? It's a thing you hear when DJ Music Man gets rebooted. It's a Sims joke. It doesn't mean
It's
it.
one of yeah.
It's nonsense.
You reticulating my spline.
Yeah, okay. Is Muppet an adult? Muppet's specific
Google.
age is
I need
unknown
to.
according to her creator. Fuck you,
That's how
Undertale
you keep
fandom.
it.
Yeah, because she's like a side character that was added because of the Kickstarter. Like, um,
She's silly though.
so
I
the
didn't give her
creator of
an age.
Muppet
She's a
is no,
spider.
baby wasn't literal. Also, she's not real. Technically, she's a drawing. I didn't give her an age. She's a spider monster in a game, dude. I have a strong feeling what the context of that conversation is, which
She was
is
like,
this
"Is she an
character an
adult?" Yeah, I
adult
don't
so I
know
can
her.
loot her ethically?
I mean, sometimes you do gotta Google that just to make sure.
Yeah, and the answer is she's a spider and a drawing. Who cares?
Just gonna let y'all know I'm just gonna stream to kill time. What are you doing?
I still gotta talk. The
Who are you
stream is not
killing?
over yet.
We're still going.
We're still going. We gotta do the appendix, and the appendix is surprisingly long.
We have to do the appendix just like Mike is doing to me.
Okay, I need to like cite more things. So Mike's appearance was inspired by Cold Hands and the Whites, also known as the White. Not how the White Walkers look in the Game of Thrones show, but in the books. Just because I was reading that the whole time, I was like, wow, this guy's really scary. And then the read 13 Stories by Jonathan Sims. It's really good. But that inspired the climax. And then I'm like, hey, yeah, I know Mike not breathing doesn't make sense with the ventilation mechanics. Here's how they are able to talk during 6. All right, it's appendix time. And I'm like,
Creator ended up being problematic? No? Toby Fox is like one of the
no,
cool
so
ones.
Muffet was made by someone who donated to the Kickstarter.
Oh.
That's why she's like not part of the main story. She's like a big side boss. Minor adult, it's a spider who cares. Muffet's FNaF world loading screen. I mean, okay, Ava's Demon, I've heard of that webcomic. So like
I can't read, so I don't know anything about comics.
Ava's Demon author. Um it's always hard to like if you're like, did this minor internet celebrity get canceled? It's very hard to find like a neutral source on this.
But he's either like they're evil or they're a saint.
Well, yeah, because it's usually like the person making the accusation, and since you know nothing about this person, you don't know if it makes any sense.
Yeah.
Um,
Or the people who are always like, they did nothing wrong. Call Me Carson actually shouldn't be canceled because technically 17 and 19 isn't that much of an age gap.
Yeah, okay.
Some people are weirdos.
She's of Polish descent based on her surname. She finished the comic a long time ago and is just working on making it a webcomic. Nobody knows anything about their personal life. But also this is the wiki for Ava's Demon, so I imagine the controversy would not be present on
Wikis have like a controversy tab, don't they?
yeah.
I guess if it's not like
But
if
you know,
it's a wiki
if
of
it's a
people who are fans of the thing,
yeah, unless it's something
there's
like
probably not a controversy
I
tab
mean,
for
there's
Scott
been
Cawthon
like
on the FNaF
yeah,
wiki.
unless it's like because sometimes there's been like indie studios that have like pushed out, like that happened with Fallen London. Like one of the main guys who started it started being a creep to like the newer employees, and they bought him out, and everyone's like, yeah, good riddance. However, due to frequent harassment, their internet activity became primary. They got harassed on Tumblr. I mean, they just kind of seem like a private person. They're not letting me see the comments unless I'm signed in. But we don't need to know if she's this is a real digression, but I mean, nothing can. I'll search her name for one last go. And if it's not like arrested for controversy.
What did they do? We don't know. We're trying to figure that out.
She just had an NFU. She just had an NSFW 18 plus only Patreon.
Okay, is that literally it?
That's really it. And then someone lied about what was behind the paywall.
I love when people lie on the internet and it becomes common knowledge. It becomes
Yeah.
like
Yeah, okay, so this seems like a very cut and dry thing. I mean,
yeah, take
also
that, Mrs. Trap.
for
Unless you know
no, I
something
mean,
that's
she
not
just knew
this.
she just heard rumors.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
fair. I know.
I mean, unless this person is completely, because that's the thing, you can't really like dip your feet into figuring out this because, like, for all I know, that person could have been spinning propaganda. I was not there when it happened, so okay, I'm just gonna start reading. This is just like a summary of stuff. So I'm just gonna start reading it. I'm gonna go over my ideas for what happened to Nate after the events of the fic. Actually, writing this would make the scope too big, and I have a lot of blank spots. Most of this is actually about a non-canon, both to what happens to this fic and what actually happens for FNaF AU, where Mike decides to go with Nate and things go much better. I've turned that the good ending, but first we'll talk about the canon bad ending. But first, a note on chronology.
The ending.
After I started writing, what did you say ending? The Yowie
The Yowie ending.
Yeah, the Yowie ending. It is the Yowie ending. But first, note on chronology. After I started writing this fic, I was shown a solution to the inflation puzzle in the logbook that convinced me that FNaF 3 takes place in 2015. While I'd previously been open to FNaF 6 taking place in 2023, 8 years is just too much, and honestly, as was 6 years. HRY 223 could easily refer to February 23rd or be the number of audio logs Henry has made. If Help Wanted takes place in 2019, that would actually line up with the ambiguously diegetic dates included within the emails and special delivery. So for this, oh, and reminder, I wrote this pre-Secret of the Mimic, so I just took everything. I did my Tales Legends policy, which is when you don't have anything better, you just take it all. So this specifically, I'm pushing everything 2 years up from my current timeline. Someone was talking to me. What did she do? Nothing. She just had an 18 plus Patreon, and then someone lied about what was behind it. Many such cases.
Many such cases.
So I'm just explaining what the timeline for this is for now. Apparently, yeah. FNaF 6 takes place in 2018. Steve Snodgrass makes the games over the course of 2019. The FNaF games are released in early 2020. Half 1 takes place in 2021, and the current era is in the 2020s. I know this doesn't leave much room for there to be 2 pizzaplexes, which is what I believe in. Well, no longer, but that isn't relevant to this, and it is so not relevant now.
They're not relevant. It's not even true.
Yeah. Okay, the bad ending. From Nate's perspective in the final sequence, he just made a phone call to nothing. He didn't see Ralph, but it filled him with a sense of love, peace, and a sense that he had done right by his father, as well as relieving his regret that his dad never knew he was trans. Afterwards, Bronwyn's phone turned into a normal bricked phone with a dead battery. His later investigation discovered that every single bit of data, including the OS and firmware, was wiped. This takes him a while to figure out. He's an electrician, not an electrical or computer engineer. All he's able to do is confirm that components are intact and can still receive power once the battery is replaced. It takes a friend of a friend who does reverse engineering to discover the anomaly that the phone is completely lacking in any data, even down to the metal. Nate keeps it in the same keepsake box. He stores his gifts from his father. This will be important for the good ending. I'm going with the interpretation that when someone only possesses a single object, you can make Remnant go inert by destroying the vessel with fire or by giving spirits their happiest day. You either destroy everything connecting them to the physical world or you give them a way out. But if they've been shattered, split, scaled, etc., a happiest day will only release them from their primary vessel and leave the spirit disembodied. However, happiest days can have a qualitative difference. Someone else's memories gives a much weaker happiest day than what we'll see in the good ending. But 2 happiest days in a row is powerful enough to overcome the effect of scaling. Stuff with Remnant involves so many different variables, which the people who study and manipulate it are barely aware of. Working with it is more of an art than a science. Nate heads back to his motel room and immediately writes down what Mike told him. When he wakes up the next day, he realizes that he has all these follow-up questions, mostly about how Mike knows things he didn't directly experience. He texts Mike the follow-up questions, but he just gets his number blocked. He stays in Henderson a few days until the fire investigators give him permission to leave. Then he tries to find the sister location bunker. Obviously, that part doesn't hold up now because that apparently the sister location. But I was like, William found a bunker. I was working with the idea that the sister location bunker was a former military bunker, just like somewhere on federal land in Utah, because Utah's federal land. But now it's like the sister location bunker is under the FNaF 2 location, which in this fic is the FNaF 1 location, which Nate was at. But still doesn't mean you can't. Then he tries to find the sister location bunker, which isn't as easy as it seems. It isn't under the Afton house, but old advertisements for Circus Babies Entertainment Record Girl just list some kind of small shop as its address, which is where they handled speaking with prospective customers and officially registered their business. The bunker is completely unpermitted, and the entrance is no longer visible from satellite imagery. With nothing to go off of other than can commute from Westbrook, Nate is unable to find it. So he eventually gives up and heads back to California. He presents his findings to Miranda and Emily, who only believe him because they know how much of a skeptic he normally is. They, and probably some other people in their wider friend group to an extent, help him make a series of YouTube videos, think the work of people like Barely Sociable, recounting all his research. He does his best to find corroborating evidence for Mike's claims and does more research into what is publicly known about Remnant. But without any proof of his conclusive evidence, it never takes off. By talking about Remnant publicly, he chats a bit with Talbot. But Talbot has no idea that the weird stuff that happened to him in my timeline from days after the Stingers has any connection with Freddy's. And even if he gave Nate Larson's name, they wouldn't get along. Larson believes that the agony amalgamation was William, and Nate doesn't have a high opinion of cops in general, and especially not Washington County cops in specific. They're honestly kind of foils, but in a way that they would struggle to have a civil conversation about plot-relevant stuff. Yeah, Nate's just like a cab.
Let's go, based.
Ultimately, without paradigm-shaking evidence, Nate's videos are given little attention. Fazbear Entertainment and the ascendant Mr. Burroughs let it slide, knowing that doing otherwise would trigger the Streisand effect. Nate keeps getting tripped up by not being able to ask Mike follow-up questions. He can't even verify Mike's name change without even knowing what state he was in when he changed his name, or specifically which year it happened. It's impossible to find the local newspaper he was required to post notice in. So he's like, so I talked to this guy named Mike Schmidt who says he's Micheal Afton, but he looks really, like Nate sounds insane when Mike's not in the bad end.
So this guy, his name is Mike, he's purple. He's purple, okay? He's purple.
Yeah. And
that
he's like,
crazy.
Look, here's the email I got from an official Fazbear email account that says he's a guy named Mike Schmidt. Yeah. 6 to 9 months after FNaF 3, What We Found is released. If you haven't watched my videos, I believe both Stitch 9 and Partial Fright's fiction. It's a real wild ride for Nate. He and Faith exchanged some text messages about it. She takes having a character with her exact name but little resemblance to her in stride. Takes the boys a bit long to find out, given the limited internet access on Mormon missions. Fazbear Fright's book remained niche enough in-universe that there isn't enough reputation damage for Hudson to sue Fazbear Entertainment for defamation. Nate assumes that he and Mike were written out of the story because Fazbear Entertainment didn't want to draw attention to his then ongoing video series. Nate finishes publishing his research into Freddy's and is finally able to move on and heal. The fact that no one believes him stings, but he just has to accept it. He reads news articles about Fazbear Entertainment founder Henry Emily commits suicide by burning down an abandoned Freddy's, but doesn't dig into it the way he once would have. Things change when the in-universe FNaF 1 releases, using the audio recorded by Ralph. All 3 games come out in even shorter succession than they did IRL, which includes FNaF 3 using Nate's voice without permission. Hudson had made digital copies of all the training tapes and his voicemails, which he turned over to the corporate office. And of course, it's uncanny accuracy. Nate has no idea about the Phantoms, and the in-universe game's Phantom Freddy looks like its Help Wanted depiction, so there isn't really an element of, wait, I've seen that one. But the environments are practically perfect, and Nate doesn't remember anyone documenting it that heavily before it burned down. Nate consults with a lawyer about suing Fazbear Entertainment for copyright infringement. It isn't hard to figure out that despite their protestations, Fazbear Entertainment was involved in making the in-universe games. They make public statements condemning the games, but they don't issue DMCA takedowns to Steam and the like to get the games removed. But the case isn't clear-cut enough for anyone to agree to take it on commission. Nate and Ralph were both employees of Fazbear Entertainment when they made the voicemails, although Nate wasn't under a work-for-hire contract, and Ralph's original contract has presumably been destroyed. There's also the fact that Nate has been stretching his NDA a lot and was involved in arson. Things settle down into a legal stalemate between Nate and Fazbear Entertainment. He won't sue them for copyright infringement and use Discovery to uncover a bunch of information about the game's production, and they won't sue him for violating his NDA. Nate becomes bolder and uploads a lot of his stolen documents directly online. He also starts to investigate who the hell is Steve Snodgrass. Nate finds that Steve Snodgrass, the alleged developer of the Scott Cawthorn doing a surfer accent meets Scott Cawthorn accent unknown. The alleged developer of the FNaF games went missing at the start of 2019 and was found dead, supposedly from suicide, right after the 3rd game was published. Things don't add up, but it's much harder to discover a secret that's being actively protective. For example, the autopsy report was doctored to hide that he'd been dead for a few months and probably stuff about the angle at which he was stabbed, which meant it couldn't have been self-inflicted. Nate also no longer has the motivation to go full investigative journalist and do more than online snooping. Nate pays attention to what Fazbear Entertainment is up to during the 2020s, such as all the missing people in Washington County, but he has to deal with the crushing feeling of no one paying attention to the work you post online. Now he no longer has trauma to fuel him. People won't pay attention to his discoveries. What's the point of making them? Seeing the resurgence of Fazbear Entertainment, he can't help but feel like he lost. Yeah. Some final notes for this ending. Nate has no idea, but he is indirectly responsible for Steve's death in Glitch Trap. The circuit boards in the storage container where he found the arcade cabinets and Balloon Boy's voice lines is Glitch Trap. How did he get there? No idea. Since I don't even have a coherent theory/headcanon about how an iteration of them in one program saw William Afton's crimes. Now I do. That was just like William just had a bunch of random crap. He was also doing arcade theoryisms with obviously the arcade cabinet with the remnant in it is Mangle's Quest.
Mangle's Quest?
Yeah.
Mangle's Quest.
I'm questing it. As for Henry's storage container, Brock Edwards searched it afterwards and took Henry's notebooks and failed attempt at perfect illusion discs, the microchips. All this is based on my theory that Games vs. Henry also tried to build Charliebot and failed. Those were used to make the fake house and the family of crude illusion discs, which drove Steve to madness. My pitch for a House of Leaves-inspired FNaF book involves Tony from GGY attempting to research Fazbear Entertainment's history to discover what happened to his friend. But in the universe of this fake,
Still talking about this.
Yeah, I like it. And also, I was like, this is after I'd read House of Leaves, and once you read House of Leaves, you always have to make the house in House of Leaves blue. It just makes...
What does that mean?
It compels... So throughout the entire House of Leaves book, every instance of the word house is blue.
Even the doctor?
I've seen people say like Dr. House, and then they make the house in, because like yeah, if it's like house, or like when they're talking about like the architecture style Bauhaus, which is like the German word for house, that part is blue.
Baja Blast.
No, Bauhaus.
Bauhaus in the middle of our house. Bauhaus.
Bauhaus, the German architectural style, like this stuff. I don't actually know how you say it out
Germans.
loud.
Baja Blast.
Blah blah. School of Architecture.
Artists are weird. They would definitely name something that. I know a lot of artists.
But in the universe of this fic, he would come across Nate's videos instead of just some blogger who got their hands on Bronwyn's research. Nate would obviously want to help Tony, drawing Nate into the plot of the modern era. So I'm not sure what actually happens at the end of this timeline, since it wouldn't work with what I'm going for. That Nate is able to move on, now that he knows the truth, but he's unable to defeat the real villain. Whatever. The way GGY is written, Tony could just as easily be killed by Greg right after the story ends. In Washington County's many missing people. And then obviously now, it doesn't really seem like GGY is exactly accurate, because it's full of like rabbit hints instead of David hints, and it doesn't really track with what we know about Gregory's possession now. All right, time for the Yowie timeline, which is most of this appendix.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's jump back to when Nate
Over
and
here
Mike.
drawing, listening to you talk about this.
Yeah. Wait, what are you drawing?
Something for school. It's just a part of my bedroom.
Oh, I remember having to do all that having to do so many still life drawings.
I'm miserable, and it's due tomorrow at 8 a.m., and I decided to wait until now.
Yeah, lock in and listen to my voice.
I'm locking it. I'm locking it.
Let's jump back to when Nate and Miranda. What?
I'm popping and locking.
I don't think that's the right meme.
Snap, crackle, pop.
Let's jump back to when Nate and Mike are talking about after starting a fire. I imagine that Mike agrees to go with Nate, trusting that he won't turn Mike into some sort of science experiment. This would be completely untrue with how I've characterized Mike. He just has too much alienation from society, shame, and internalized hatred. But that's just one of the many reasons why I'm doing a summary instead of an entire fic. The final sequence of the fic happens exactly the same, as Mike and Nate still need to split up, so Nate isn't in the park when the firefighters arrive. Once they're allowed to leave by the fire investigators, Mike leads Nate to the sister location bunker. Without any deadly animatronics, which I guess it is. Yeah, this is the roomy AU. And I guess this would not be the service elevator from an event repair. It would be the big elevator, which is not under the FNaF 1 location. It is funny to think that when Mike was talking about going back to his family home, it was right next to the FNaF 1 location. Because I do describe it in a way that there could be a residential house like on the other side of the street.
Well, in the week before, it's like in a neighborhood, isn't it?
So in the week before specifically describes it as abutting forests, and people have said that that might be a specific description Scott gave because of Fazburger.
Abutting forest, Fazburger.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't Ralph like live like a block away from
he
place
lives within driving distance, but there it's like on the very edge of town. And with like plot theory, we see that there is a town, and then over the decades it would grow, that then the MCM would be right on the edge of it.
I think I misunderstood when I listened to Gibby summarize or read.
No, it's right up, it's right up against the forest.
I thought they were like. I thought that Freddy's and Ralph's house were like literally.
No, they
in,
actually.
Like, the same street or whatever.
So in one of the endings, when the animatronics get out and Ralph survives, it's described that they keep kidnapping children every night. Like, kind of like in the Twisted ones, where like they go a couple of houses each night, and then he realizes they're about to hit his house.
I think that's why I thought it was right there. I thought they got like 2 houses over or something.
No, it's at least 4 houses. I don't exactly remember if if they were hitting every single house, or Ralph does also drive to work. That is known.
Okay. I'm simply stupid. I should just read the book. I own it. I own the book. Why haven't I read it?
Yes.
I read like the first night and was like, "Yep, that's good. That's good enough.
Yeah.
I get it."
Okay, so this one is what if didophobia is canon. So like take this section with a grain of salt, but in this AU it is important to Mike's character development. So they're at Sister Location Bunker without any deadly animatronics to avoid. They find not just the private room and all of William's notes, they also find the nightmare chamber. Rory is unfortunately dead of starvation. With the date of William's spring lacking check, there is no time you can place the events of didophobia where at least a decade hasn't passed, and Rory's food supply is already starting to spoil during the events of the story, which means the next time the gas supply malfunctions, if the supply hasn't simply run out, there's no one to repair it. So Nate and Mike are safe from that. Still, Mike finds it extremely disturbing, as it is a recreation of his childhood bedroom, but in practically the same twisted form as in the nightmares he struggles with whenever he gets involved with haunted stuff. Trying to learn how to use Microsoft Excel while listening to stream shit's rocket science. Oh, you think whatever you're doing in Microsoft Excel is rocket science? Check this out. Game in, no. 3D graphics in Excel.
What do you mean 3D graphics?
No, 3D. Someone was able to make a 3D, like a game that is 3D in Excel. 3D video game in Excel.
I've also seen people make 3D games in like Geometry Dash's engine. People are insane.
So there was one that was just a video showing it going extremely slowly. Oh, here it is. Or at least this is something like it. Yeah, look, check this out. They can do this in Excel somehow.
We're in the back rooms.
Yeah, they put the back rooms in Excel.
That's if it were in any like default Microsoft thing, it would be in that one, I think.
I mean, they've made FNaF
Microsoft
in
Excel has the most.
They've made FNaF in PowerPoint.
If any website had the backrooms in it, it would be Microsoft Excel.
Yeah. Oh, dear God, yeah. They also made FNaF in PowerPoint.
In real life. They made FNAF in real life.
Let's see, FNaF in PowerPoint. No, that's not the evil FNaF PowerPoint. Working FNaF game in PowerPoint.
What does that mean? What do you mean evil FNAF PowerPoint?
I assume it's someone's ARG or something. But look at this.
I made it Candy.
I don't know. Someone like recreated the actual FNaF.
I made FNAF on PowerPoint. It's probably that one.
Yeah. So see, because it's a series of still images, but they somehow managed to put RNG inside PowerPoint.
That's so cool. That's insane.
Yeah. So there's no sound.
People are just like genuinely insane sometimes. People are genuinely built different.
Yeah, I mean, someone's making an Undertale fan game in PowerPoint.
Why?
I don't know, but like they're being meta about it because like they posted a trailer and it was basically the implication was like Gaster make the game in PowerPoint, and he was like, I don't wanna, because like the meta stuff, device theory, whatever. Okay.
Device theory.
Device theory. It's basically.
Am I stupid?
What is you don't know
Undertale
Delta,
about?
and obviously you don't know device theory.
You're just saying words with theory at the end of them.
No, okay. So unlike FNaF, the unused data in Undertale and Deltarune are placed there very specifically, and there are certain files in the game that are named differently. And the implication is that because also Deltarune was originally released as survey program, and occasionally the character Gaster takes over the official Twitter accounts. So basically the theory is that the program of Deltarune, that Gaster in universe is creating a device that connects you from another universe to the characters in Deltarune. Well, specifically to Krisk or Frisk, depending on the timeline. And so he's making the game from within the game, because what the program is doing is connecting you to another universe. It's all meta and stuff. Don't worry if you're confused. It took the actual guy like over an hour to explain it.
I have no idea what. Should I play Deltarune?
Yes. It's
I gotta beat
so good.
Silksong first, though.
No. Play Deltarune whenever you get too tired to play Silksong, because it's mostly reading.
But I hate reading. When I'm
And
tired, I don't want to read.
Yeah, I guess you might not have the thing where you run out of spoons to play a hard video game, so then you play an easy video game.
I go to sleep playing Silksong.
Yeah, so like the main reason I got into Deltarune is I had like a migraine episode, and I can't play Dark Souls when I have a migraine because my vestibular senses are too off. Like I can't comprehend the 3D space to a sufficient amount to be able to like dodge shit.
It's okay. I never have the depth perception to dodge anything ever. It's okay.
Yeah, an hour sounded like a pretty. Yeah, so the original device theory video was made when we only had chapter 1, and so a lot of the stuff that I didn't finish it because I was like, you're really over explaining things, but I think that'll be helpful for some people, like people who've never experienced like metatextual stuff before. Like, I've played Pathologic, where it is a game on the level of like a game children are playing with toys, but it is also a video game where at one point NPCs address the player directly.
Is that the GameCube game where it turns down your volume in real life?
Okay.
What's that called? What is that? Not Pathologic?
It's definitely not. No, I think
What's the
Pathologic
GameCube
was
game that
released
turns
on
off
the
your
Xbox.
volume?
Or PC. I think it was only
It's
originally released on PC. It was like a super obscure Russian indie game. But like they were doing metatext.
Googling the horror game on GameCube. Eternal Darkness, is that it?
GameCube game turns down your audio.
I think it was released on everything of that generation, but I mostly know it from GameCube.
Turns down your volume. No, this is just people talking about glitches. Game turns down your volume. No. Okay, I don't know. This is it. The words are so similar to people having actual tech problems that we're not going to be able to find it.
Well, there's a survival horror game on GameCube that like messes with your sanity and like it messes with your actual TV settings, and it's really cool and it like makes you feel like you're actually going crazy.
That's cool. Okay. Speaking of people going crazy,
I was crazy once.
And there's a Metal game oh yeah, there's a Metal Gear Solid game that reads your memory card. It tells you what games you play.
I love it when games do that. I love it when games go crazy.
Yeah.
It's like,
and then like
I'm gonna
in
ruin your life.
Pathologic 2, it's also a play as well as being a video game. And no, wait, the powers that it's a play and a video game. And then
like Mario 3.
No, because I think Mario knows it's a play in Mario 3.
Well, it's very unclear in Mario 3.
Like, has Mario been captured by some sort of strange magical theater troupe?
No, but Link probably has.
Yeah. And then Pathologic 3 is going to be it's going to be a film that is also a video game. As in, like, there's film
B-movie, like B-movie the video game.
No. It's hard to explain, but Pathologic is really good, and it was like playing with the kind of meta stuff that Undertale became known for all the way back in 2005. Just the original English release was very bad, so obviously
that's when I was born.
No one in the West knew about it. But play Pathologic Classic HD. Whenever it goes on sale, it usually goes on sale for $1. All right. What about Mike's Madness? So, Mike finds the nightmare chamber extremely disturbing, as it is a recreation of his childhood bedroom in practically the same twisted form as in the nightmares he still struggles with whenever he gets involved in haunted stuff. He had them as a child until he ran away and during all of the games. He's been collateral damage of the MCI's rage towards William, and being in proximity to his father or agony triggers them. He never told his father, although that's what happens in the theory this is based on, so this was from TD's FNaF 4 Overanalyzed, where they suggested that perhaps, because now people like dismiss didophobia, and I'm like, that's fair. I think it's foreshadowing for how the movie series is going to end, but that's just me. But back then they were like, what if the nightmare chambers is William recreating the dreams Micheal is having to do on Rory? But in the Yowie ending, we learn that William got echoes of the same dream via the field, but he was able to let them slip off, and they simply became inspiration, because as we've seen in several Stitchline stories, guilt makes you more vulnerable to psychic attacks, and William had none of it when it came to killing the MCI kids. Seeker, I bet you like that. Mike tells Nate this, although he still holds back the full extent of the visions he's been dealing with. Both Nate and Mike are in agreement to not go to the authorities. Instead, Nate cross-references William's records with news archives and eventually tracks down the real
Instead,
Ray.
they kiss.
They're gonna kiss eventually. Mike just has a lot of stuff to go through. Rory's friend,
like
but it
me.
seems likely that Rory was speaking to some kind of trick in the story on Facebook. Mike doesn't show himself and lets Nate do all the talking. He tells Wade that he's an urban explorer and an independent journalist. He helps Wade retrieve the body and explains what happens to Rory, leaving out the ghost stuff. When Nate relates Wade's reaction to Mike, he finally realizes how important the truth is to people affected by William's crimes. Back in California, Nate introduces Mike to Emily and Miranda, and to a lesser extent the rest of their friend group, although only Emily and Miranda get the full explanation at the start. Mike moves in with them, and with all the people around him, he can finally start to work through his repression, trauma, and shame. Since most of friend groups are queer, they all have experience with that, as well as peer counseling in general. The first step is figuring out how to prove what Mike is while still respecting his boundaries. Luckily, Nate already has an in with the scientific community. Samantha, Susie's older sister, is a medical research doctor. As mentioned in the first chapter, Nate has interviewed her. While the events of Coming Home never happened, there are details about the technology available that makes it impossible for the story to take place in the 80s, and thus it is something Fazbear Entertainment published through field shenanigans. The author managed to get impossibly accurate characterization, even stuff no one living knew, like Susie having synesthesia. Samantha actually first contacted Nate when Coming Home was published because he was the only person speaking out against it. Fortunately, they discovered legal recourse was basically impossible. Samantha would struggle to prove damages, and Fazbear Entertainment, despite using the names of real people, were claiming it wasn't based on anything real. After a lot of discussion, Nate and Mike fly out to Maryland to meet Samantha at Johns Hopkins, where she works. Mike agrees to only receiving normal medical tests and answering questions about his experience as a remnant being. This is stuff like an ultrasound, an MRI scan, and an eye exam. They also take his, quote, blood, which is, all his blood has been turned into remnant. But since
All purple goop.
it's all purple goop, his heart doesn't beat. So, that's why, his hands turning back is like the remnant goo pooling in his extremities.
He's just like me.
But it's like spread
He's
out
just like
throughout
me.
his entire body, and it doesn't pump. It's like, instead of like a circulating system, it's like, what if you filled a tube with water and then it was a closed system and there was water there? Let's take his blood, but since he was informed of the relevant biomedical issues, he demands they return the sample once they're done instead of trusting them to destroy it. Because they if you have special blood, the medical establishment might take it and use it in ethically questionable ways, but also to save people's lives. Samantha works with Talbert to publish a case study on Mike, not anonymizing it since Nate is going to rely on the article to prove his claims, but they don't include any actual photos of his face. Armed with a peer-reviewed journal article, Williams' notes, and extensive photographs of the sister location bunker, Mike's answers to follow-up questions, and more corroborating evidence than Nate was able to find in the other timeline, he's able to get one of those professionally produced true crime podcasts in order to order a season covering Williams' crimes. It's one of the more respectful true crime podcast networks, meeting Nate's strict standards about that kind of stuff. Think more Dr. Death than My Favorite Murderer. This is combined with a long read in a major publication, since those podcasts usually have connections to mainstream journalism. They avoid going into Mike's visions, although Nate eventually learns about them through his follow-up questions. Nate and the journalists he works with do their best to come up with corroborating evidence, so they only need to rely on Mike to recount his own experience. William's notes include implicit confessions to all his crimes, and they don't need to worry about defaming the dead. Nate doesn't get to go into all of the other messed up things done by Fazbear Entertainment. He ends up publishing his own YouTube videos about that part of the narrative later. These professional outlets are worried about being sued by Fazbear Entertainment. In a narrative presented by Nate and Mike, Springtrap wasn't animate. They had nothing to do with the fire at Fazbear's fight. Mike's remnant resurrection is the only supernatural thing explicitly included in the podcast in the long read, since there's no way to avoid it, and it is peer-reviewed. Everything else is just rumors say. Possession isn't a proven scientific fact. With all this, the families of William's victims actually see what Nate has discovered and believe it. And even his own videos, with their bolder claims and more stuff directed at Fazbear Entertainment, receive an order of magnitude more views. Nate gets so busy, he starts working part-time for James. Running parallel to the many months of production, Mike starts to come out of his shell, as he is slotted into Nate's friend group. As I hope came across in the fic itself, the extreme extent of Mike's isolation is the product of his own shame and disgust in regards to his body. Not that he wouldn't experience discrimination, but he never explored to find out where the boundaries are. With Nate's help, he starts to reintegrate with society. He replaces his sunglasses and plain face masks. Remember, this is all pre-COVID, so wearing a face mask would be regarded with suspicion, with a series of cool visors, full face masks, and bold makeup. Accepting the last was a big step in working through his internalized homophobia. People are going to stare at him, he can at least control what they see and use it as a form of self-expression. The Bay Area is also just more accepting of any kind of variation than southwestern Utah. Yep, Mike Gay. Alright.
Go, Mike
Yeah,
Gay.
let's
Let's
go.
go.
Mike Gay. Mike wearing cool makeup. Mike wearing cool masks.
Let's go.
Working with those in Nate's friend group during the cosplay is just one way he starts to explore his artistic side. His illustrations in the logbook, done with just a ballpoint pen on color printer paper and without formal training, speak to a prodigious art skill. He makes illustrations for Nate's videos and eventually becomes a freelance illustrator, which is a euphemism here for being a furry artist.
He's just like me.
Yeah, he gets those taking furry commission bucks.
Let's go.
And it's just funny to think of him as like this very like private famous artist, and like he has, I will not do any work involving characters from Fazbear Entertainment in his bio, because like, you know, in this universe it would be like it wouldn't just be like, oh wow, the furries really like FNaF. It would be like in the DNA of the furry fandom, because it was much older in this universe. Okay.
Go.
Time to talk about the Yowie.
I'm locked in.
Nate and Mike also start dating. Woo! Pugs in the chat! Woo! When I started writing this fic, I intended to keep it open-ended. The only reason I didn't explicitly establish Nate as Arrow Ace, which was my first completely instinct-based intention, was because I knew Phone Dude's ex Mike is an established ship. Even if it simply didn't work out for their characters, for their reaction to be any kind of meet cute, with love or lust at first sight. Oh, you really are pogging. But as I thought more about the good ending AU, I realized that them getting together in this timeline would be a really good analogy for intimacy while disabled. So now Nate is somewhere undefined even to him on the aromantic and asexual spectrum, probably demi to some extent.
Just like me.
While Mike is gay, as is commonly headcanon. And coming to terms with that is just another thing he has to work through. I don't know why so many people headcanon Mike is bi specifically.
I don't know, because he's just like me for real.
Like, he's not shown. It's not like one of those characters where like you can like create an interesting reading of him being gay, but then also he's shown attraction to women in text. Like, he's not shown attraction to anyone in text because he's barely in the text.
True.
But
put Mike in the text, please.
Please, more Mike in the text.
I need him to be real.
He wouldn't take my commission for accept self-ship art. So sad. Yeah, no, he would not. I think he does. I think part of why his part of his mystique is also he never goes to conventions, and the reason why he never goes to conventions is because being around so many fursuiters would probably trigger his PTSD.
Oh, dang, yeah.
I mean, yeah. I mean, especially I think since in the FNaF universe there would be a lot more like the style of there would be fursuits more in a like Fazbear Entertainment-like style.
Probably just a crappy cosplay.
I mean, furries are tech. So the line where Phone Dude says, "You'll have to dress up in a furry costume if we can't find any animatronics." Unfortunately,
It's furry noun and not furry adjective.
no, it could also be saying Freddy. So we can't say for certain if furries are confirmed to exist within the FNaF universe. But also, Fazbear Entertainment knew what they were doing when they designed Glamrock Roxy.
Let's
So
go.
I'm hesitant to pog for Mike for any reason, but all right. I'm glad you still
Don't
support.
tempt yourself again.
I'm glad
Don't
you still
tempt
support
me again.
Yowie Seeker.
Let's go.
Yeah. Oh, also, upcoming event kind of talked vaguely about suicide and like Henry trying to kill himself and them being like, "Don't kill yourself, dude." So, keep that in mind. Despite the increased publicity, Henry's plan is unchanged. In my timeline, Henry tried to kill himself in 1987 after failing to prevent the DCI and then being unable to free them and becoming increasingly detached from reality due to his attempts to create a working Charlie bot. He has spent the last 30 years primarily in neurological recovery, which is just occupational therapy and waiting. Aunt Jen has been taking care of him. They left the state to somewhere with a top neurology program, as mental health care infrastructure in Utah is extremely tied to the Mormon church and thus not all that effective. Also, I headcanon Aunt Jen as being Arrow Ace, and I have a version of their relationship in my head of them having like more sort of conservative parents because they're from southwestern Utah, and like Henry is gay and like his dad's like work at do the normal blue collar stuff because you're a boomer, and he's like I wanna work in children's entertainment, and like
I want to make furries. I want to make furries,
and Aunt
father.
Jen's like I don't ever want to get married, and I'm glad they changed her name for the movie so that Aunt Jen, who is legitimately cool and just kind of nuanced, is not associated with Aunt Jane from the movie. I mean, obviously they're similar, but like also different. Like she adopted Charlie when she did not have to, and she also like did not have the emotional desire or ability to connect with her as a parental figure, but like she still gave her the tools. She gave her what she needed.
I've inhaled so much Sharpie in the past 45 minutes. I
Yeah.
feel lightheaded.
No, Henry, don't kill yourself without killing William first. At least take me down with. No, they're like you don't have to
True.
kill yourself to kill William because like if we take the fact that like Henry is suicidal, he expresses suicidal ideation in the insanity ending, and in the trilogy he does just kill
I
himself.
go to sleep.
It can be inferred that his death in FNaF 6 is not like this is a heroic sacrifice, there is no other way to do this, and more I will kill
He's
two
like,
birds
oh
with
no,
one.
I couldn't do anything else.
Yeah, he's
I
like
couldn't
I
do
will
anything
kill
else.
two birds with one
Sacrifice
stone.
myself.
Me and Springtrap.
Me and Spoink Boink.
Me and my
Me and
ex. This is the
me and
most
my ex-husband.
yeah, me and my ex-husband. Shortly before FNaF 3, Henry is fully recovered neurologically, and Aunt Jen, as she is several years older than him, passed away from natural causes and is no longer around to hold him back. So he starts to create his plan. Since I established in my fic specifically that parts from the classic animatronics have been used to repair the animatronics of various franchises over the years, Henry needs to buy back practically every single still surviving one. In this timeline, the rules for remnant self-propagation do require something of like a third to a majority of the machine / pile of metal of electronic parts to be haunted for it to generate more remnant. So if you just take a screw from a classic animatronic and place it inside a non-haunted animatronic, the screw will eventually lose its charge and thus remnant coating. But if you take parts from the classics, the parts used to repair them will also become haunted. This is how William increased the overall amount of remnant from the MCI kids when only taking parts to power the fun times. So Henry doesn't have to grab every single one. A lot of them have also been destroyed. During FNaF 3, he has only just started this process, has yet to retrieve the toys and the parts from his original attempt at creating Lefty from the storage locker Jen put his workshop in. Henry was terrible at separating his personal and business finances, so that's how it ended up under Fazbear ownership. Remember Son dying is gay, and Mike dies because he's actually gay. No, this is the good timeline. This is the timeline where Mike gets therapy and like has friends and has a boyfriend and a found family.
Go.
and isn't
Let's go.
homeless. He's living in a moderate house and like is an artist.
Let's go.
And like has people being
Get
like
that man on estrogen.
yeah, if he was trans femme in this timeline, he would be trying to transition. They would be trying to figure out if estrogen.
I
is
headcanon him
working.
as it because he's
Yeah.
me. So I
He is
apply
just
myself
you.
to him.
Crazy how it's canon. And then
literally
he
me.
goes, "Hey Mike, I bet you want to die too. Don't worry, I want him to." Yeah. So like, I agree with Gibby's idea that it's economy of storytelling to tell us that Mike also wants to die, but I totally understand people reading it the other way. But that also just means Mike is suicidal and Henry is enabling it. Henry tracking down every bit of surviving remnant of the MC on DCI was also aided by his ability to manipulate the field to an extent. In this universe, with quantum cognition / holographic consciousness being undeniably real, I imagine a level of field manipulation techniques have filtered down into neurology and techniques to aid people in recovering from brain damage. So at this point in time, I had not read My Stroke of Genius, which is the book that Kane gives his report on in The Monty Within, but
Monty Within is such a funny title for any piece of media.
yeah.
I have a Monty.
He has Monty inside him.
I got Andrew inside of me, dog. I'm not gonna say that ever again.
So in that, the woman this happens to, Dr. I forget her last name, her left hemisphere gets damaged. And she like talks about how she feels one with the world, and I'm like, oh, that's why people on psychedelic, and it tracked basically 1-to-1 with what I've read about like people doing psychedelics, and those are the people who kind of contributed to creating all the new age field stuff, sort of. Lynn McTaggart's conception of the field is a synthesis of many different ideas. I mean, you had people who didn't have access to LSD talking about monism in the ancient world, but also like who knows what crazy mushrooms and toxic volcano gases they had access to. So like field neurological recovery definitely kind of like connected.
The field.
We all have a Monty
We all have a
within us.
Monty
It's the
within
part of our
us.
soul that fucking hates rabbits. Additionally, given his autistic coding and the silver eyes, and the movie using a trope of neurodivergent kids having psychic powers, he might also just be more naturally psychically active than a normal person. This is also something to keep an eye out for in the movie. I will be so sad if Henry's description of his character in the trilogy, where it's like he doesn't know business, he only likes inventing, everyone thinks he's weird, is not true in the movie. I will be so sad if that's the case. But I gotta trust.
Then he'd just not be Henry, though, right?
He wouldn't be Henry. He wouldn't be my boy. I just gotta
He wouldn't be my
trust.
son.
I just gotta trust that they get him the right mental problem.
You have to trust that the version of Henry that we collectively created at all lines with what Scott Cawthon intended.
Well, it is like I'm just talking about what is explicitly stated in the Silver Eyes trilogy.
Yeah, but Scott's so bad at writing, he might explicitly say something, but in his mind, he's like, this character's actually the opposite way.
Yeah, or like some. I mean, this is something that would happen if like this was not an indie film studio making this. Of like, oh, we need to make it get rid of the autism. This is strange and off-putting, but yeah.
There is no Monty inside me if that's the case, by the way. If it's about hating rabbits. Those are just little guys. Those are just funny little men.
Yeah. The idea of Henry being able to manipulate the field is something suggested by FNaF 6 itself, and how he calls everyone to the pizzeria. But as Fetch says, you can't control the effects of your intentions you put into the field. Just like in canon, in late 2018, Mike starts getting the extremely strong desire to go to some place in southwestern Utah. Obviously, at this point, we did not know that place is where literally everything has happened. What follows is a rewrite of FNaF 6 if Mike had a whole group of friends and even some fights characters from stories I think actually happened joining him. Basically, this is, you know how people like call the ending where they make the team to fight the Yellow Rabbit in Return to the Pit, the Avengers ending.
Avengers.
I don't really think that's an apt comparison because it's not about like creating a team that's like a crossover from different stories.
That's fair.
This is FNaF Avengers.
Let's go.
As I thought about this more, I started to object to Henry's plan on a philosophical level. This isn't necessarily bad writing. I'm angry at the character, and this ties back to Nate's whole speech of like, what about all the regular people who don't know what happened? So that's what this rewrite is going to explore. Nate believes in Mike's vision, and in his research probably comes across stuff related to the field. He just doesn't have as clear of an idea of what applies to his reality as we do. Doesn't seem to help that what seems to be the main researcher in the field, and specifically how it connects to possession, Tyrant is dead. But Emily and Miranda aren't going to let their friends run off on Utah alone, so this time they're all going. Some characterization of these two women, since they're
The
barely
gang. We're Scooby doing it.
We're Scooby doing it. We've introduced Yuri. It's the Yuri, because they're married, so we're bringing in the Yuri.
Just like the Scooby-Doo cast. 2 Yowie and 2 Yuri.
2 Yowie and 2 Yuri, yes. And they got a van.
I love it when they have a van.
They're all such nerds. One of them would probably make that joke in universe.
Now we just need a dog and we'll be complete. Somebody would probably say.
Yeah, then like now we just need a dog.
I'd be Michael's dog.
Oh yeah, I've not been able to come up with any ideas of how in this version of the timeline, like how they deal with finding F10, because obviously I didn't know about that when I was writing, and I've not had the spark. So anyway, let's learn
Does it
about
exist in this universe?
Yeah, let's learn about.
Just like how Sister Location doesn't exist in the like Pop Goes universe. It's fine.
Good point. Yuri on Ice. It is crazy that Yuri on Ice is a Yaoi show.
That's what I'm saying.
False advertising.
I have an IRL friend who thought that the terms were switched because of Yuri on Ice. They thought that Yuri meant boys because of Yuri on Ice.
It's like a normal male Japanese name.
I think so.
Yeah, Yuri name, which is weird because it doesn't also mean like, yeah.
The girl from the Spider-Man video game was the like police chief lady.
Yuri is a Japanese given name, although it sounds similar. It is completely unrelated to the Slavic name Yuri. I wonder which kind of Yuri is the one on ice. Here's a bunch of famous
It's
Yuris.
anime, so I assume it's.
Oh, so there's 2 Yuris. So there is Yuri with no diacritic above the U and written in English, which is they're not telling me what. I think it's it's female. And then there is Yuri, which I guess you just hold the vowel for a long time. Yuri is a separate unisex.
Well, Yui.
Yeah. And then Yuri, the media. Why is Yuri called Yuri then? Oh, Lily. Right.
Yaoi on fire.
Yaoi on fire. Okay, so Yuri is not like Girls Love is Wasie Iego. It's just Lily, which did come up on the list of which did come up on like what the name Yuri means.
Taco Bell, get rid of cheesy Fiesta potatoes.
The word Yuri literally translates to Lily and is a relatively common Japanese feminine name. And it's just like what a lily symbolizes.
That's such a fun image on the first page of this Wikipedia article.
Yeah, it's
as the first image. It's just
drawn
some little kid's drawing.
Well, yeah, because they only use
royalty-free stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, this is someone's original characters. It's kind of like that person who the picture of their kid is the image for autism. We are talking about
Is it an autistic kid or is it literally just?
Yeah, the kid's autistic.
Okay.
And they've done a lot of like contributions on images, but oh no, they changed it.
Do I have to change my Taco Bell order? Do they not have the potatoes anymore?
Yeah, but okay, autism has many presentations around the world. So they're like, here's the first person ever to be autistic officially.
The first autistic person ever.
Yeah, Donald Triplett, the first person to be diagnosed
John
with
Autism.
Donald Autism Triplet. First person to ever be diagnosed with autism. He is still alive, and he was born in 1933. Okay. But here is the flag of our glorious nation.
The stream is still had a picture of an old man, so I'm just like,
No. Wait, am I not
is that
seeing
the
the
picture of
Discord
him?
anymore?
You are, but I just don't have it open
Okay. No, the flag of our glorious nation is this.
because I wanted to see chat.
Yeah. But it is completely reasonable that they were like, we need to depict the diversity of autism and not just this child.
This one child,
This one child who loves to stack his cans. And the mom
he's
took
just
a
like me for real.
picture of it and was like, because the photographer is like she's like contributed hundreds of photos to Wikimedia. Okay, let's learn about the Yuri.
Can you
Some
feel my heartbeat? No, that's
some
that's
characteristics of these
Yuri.
two women, since they're basically barely characters in the actual fic. A lot of this is functional. I need characters with specific traits to fit specific roles in the story, which you'll see later. Stayed in this fic, Miranda is Nate's best friend, transgender, and also an electrician. She lost her parents and younger brother to a drunk driver several years ago, but it specifically exists to contrast Nate losing his father, and thus all the other Freddy's related deaths, as there was no thorough investigation or public acknowledgement. Well, that's how it ended up. Originally, it was a functional thing to find a way for Nate to not have a mortgage or rent to pay. She's the niece of Nate and her's boss. She also has similar nerdy interests to Nate and is specifically really good at non-linear mystery games like Return of the Obra Dinn and those board games / puzzle boxes about solving fictional crimes. This will be important later on. When it comes to real research, she doesn't have the knack for it, but ever since Nate came back to Utah, he started to be less embarrassed about his Freddy's research, and she's been helpful with seeing connections and documents once Nate has narrowed down and indexed the data. So I guess that makes her Velma.
Velma.
Yeah, well, if we're saying they're the mystery game, this makes her Velma.
Velma?
Yeah.
Well, Velma Flintstone.
What? No, isn't Velma the name of the mystery game kid with glasses?
Yes.
Okay.
I think the Flintstone lady's name is Wilma, anyways.
Yeah. Emily is Miranda's wife and works an undefined office job. She's cisgender and comes from a wealthy family with an abusive father who put a lot of pressure on her about being respectable. Her father owns a military technology company, and she is expected to get a business degree, be the public-friendly face of the company for several years, and then enter into a heterosexual marriage with some man of their class and provide publicity for his investments. Instead, she realized she was gay and has been estranged from her family since she was in college. She worked through her trauma and therapy with friends. The parallels to the Aftons kids should be obvious. He's helped Mike the most with working through his problems related to how William raised him, which he has relatively kept secret about to everyone except her. She also has an interest in philosophy, which is solely for the purpose of being able to challenge Henry's assumption that it's okay to destroy all the animatronics and potentially send their minds to nothingness. Seeker, keep an eye on Emily. The four of them follow Mike's instincts to Henry's job listing, so he takes the job and is hired, no questions asked. In canon, Mike is depressed and borderline suicidal, which is why he just goes along with Henry's instructions. Working with Nate in this timeline, Mike understands that discovering the truth can be a good thing. Miranda and Nate's electrician training also makes it easier for them to notice the parts of the building that are off. I guess now the building's underground, there's a lot off with it. And during what is essentially day zero, they discover the entrance to Henry's secret basement and drag him out of it. They get his entire plan from him and decide it's unethical to destroy spirits or possess animatronics without asking for their consent or confirming that they won't stop hurting people. I remember when I came out as bi, my brother just said, I knew I could tell.
Sometimes people just have that vibe.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can just tell.
Yeah. After telling them most of this is articulated by Emily, she doesn't need to cite specific philosophers, but questioning the ethics of one actions is something she has practiced in. So, like, this is part of why this happens. Like, Emily's interest in philosophy gets mentioned in the last chapter, which is because I realized I was making Nate a bit too, like, good at moral reasoning, and I was like, wait, I need to not give him every single interest of mine. So I was like, let's pull this back and give this to someone
I
else.
can't make this character literally me. I have to
Me, but
change a
also
little
if he
bit.
knew a lot about if he was an electrician, but also like electrician is the job I would have gotten if I had 0 disability. They also determined that Henry is straight up suicidal. This is supported by textual evidence, as he basically says it in he basically says in HRY 223, I wish I could kill myself, and he does kill himself in the trilogy. His death at the end of FNaF 6 is an heroic sacrifice. He probably could have arranged an additional escape route for himself and didn't. There's a side plot of the crew other than Mike trying to help Henry's mental health, resolving his guilt, trauma, isolation, and unhealthy thought patterns courtesy of his toxic relationship with William. That is a romantic relationship, but also a very messed up one. Nate also objects strongly to his idea that the way for everyone to move on is to forget about the past. Let's find people like Henry who know the truth. But if people don't know, the pain is just left unaddressed. Henry agrees to letting them modify his plan, at first on the basis of them outnumbering him and all being armed with souped-up cattle prods. If they want his psychic lures to work, they have to keep up the whole fake pizzeria thing. This is something I tried to communicate subtly in the fic proper, but the field is very vulnerable to the appearance of things. The closest you can do in this magic is the closest you can do to magic in this universe is build things to trick ghosts. Mike was only able to help with Happy's Day because he was inside of a fake Freddy's inadvertently designed to facilitate paranormal activity, and then the FNaF World PC was able to bind it closer to Flipside. And then also, like Happiest Day, the Happiest Days we've seen in canon is also just kind of about tricking dead people.
Happiest Day is just giving a child cake. That's all it is.
Their first salvage is Molten Freddy, and Henry is there to explain Molten MCI to them. Because of the AI of the Fun Times, and the fact the remnant was homogenized before it was put inside them, the MCI kids don't have any direct control over what Molten Freddy does. They're just along for the ride in a state I've been calling disembodied. Happiest Day had the effect of disembodying them from the classics, which they actually possessed, although they hadn't been able to do anything since their animatronic bodies were scavenged. All the places their remnant remains acts as tethers, keeping them connected to the physical world. Our heroes are able to piece together enough of this to get the idea to try to talk to the MCI kids themselves. Mike's perspective of Happiest Day gives them the idea that they can also free spirits by helping the spirits remember who they are, and creating a scenario in the spirit world which resolves their biggest regret/trauma. This sounds less like murder than Henry's plan. Nate's subconscious understanding of setting Ralph free also means the plan feels right to him. With 4 people armed with cattle prods, the salvaging section becomes trivial. They also don't need to do the audio cue stuff when Henry can visually confirm that the right animatronic has arrived. In the physical world, Molten Freddy just acts based on the Funtime AI and doesn't understand requests to speak to the kids or attempts to trigger his memories, so they just herd him into the vents. Whenever the crew is trying to talk to the animatronics on the flip side, someone has to be playing the office segment of FNaF 6. Usually 2 people, so one person can focus on the computer and the other on listening and flashing the animatronics. During Mike's first summer in Dale City, more open to experimenting with his condition than he ever was in canon, discovered that if he drinks a bunch of ice water, his heat sensitivity is lessened, raising him maximum safe heat the others can reach during the quote gameplay segment. They invented water-cooled Micheal Afton.
They water cooled him.
They water-cooled him because the way it works is that, they just fill the abdomen where they just fill the abdomen where his organs used to be with ice water.
So he just survives the.
Yeah. For most people, the problem is the longer exposure, especially combined with physical activity to temperatures above 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Even temperatures of 130 and above can be tolerated for a short period of time, while Canon Mike dies instantly when the temperature hits 120 degrees. People in tiny houses can be miserable, but they will have an easier time surviving than we did. Following Henry's knowledge of techniques that can help engage with the field and Mike's experience with the logbook/Happiest Day, the crew tries to reach out to the MCI kids, but they can't. Henry hasn't even suggested exposing them to remnant samples yet. Instead, Mike suggests that maybe they need someone with a personal connection to one of the kids, and they know someone who can help. They contact Samantha, who believes in more of the ghost stuff in their story than just what's been in the paper they work on. You write fanfics about things that aren't FNaF. Yes, I have written Star Wars fanfic, the Magnus Archives fanfic. I kind of showed up Magnus Archives, lots of stuff. Magnus Archives. I did a little bit of Hollow Knight. My AO3 is
Hello, Knight.
Hollow
Hello,
Knight.
Knight.
Hollow Knight. My AOT
Hello, Knight.
is AbsolX Guardian, so you can just go there and look at everything I've written.
Should also technically be linked in the description, right? We
The
link to
fic
the
is linked in
specific
the
fic,
description,
but you
and then
can,
that will take. You can just click on my username. Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. So they contact Samantha. She trusts them enough to fly out on Utah on no notice when they say they think they found a way to communicate with Susie. Samantha is easily able to contact Susie and draws on their shared memories to create a happy stay from her. I'm not sure exactly what it'd be. The doll stuff from Coming Home is made up by the In-Universe Rights author. I guess it's just telling her that she's dead. Samantha telling Susie everything that has happened in the last 30 years and giving Susie a proxy adulthood through Samantha. They may not be twins, but they have massive twin vibes. Maybe Susie and Samantha did fight right before Susie died, and resolving that is an important aspect of the happy stay. Of course, Susie's dog is there. Yeah, so this is the Avengers part where I was basically like, obviously
Avengers.
Samantha would be able to set Susie free. So what if I get characters who are associated with each of the other main animatronics from
Oswald will set Foxy free.
no, Oswald's too busy being dead.
Dang.
Dang. No,
He's too
you'll
busy
see.
being stuck in a time loop.
Yeah, he's stuck in that time loop while his physical body withers away. They just suck all the living remnant
His
about
physical
out
body what? His physical body what?
They just suck all the living remnant out of him like a straw. And he looks like a
They
used up
sucked
Capri
him.
Sun.
Yeah.
The savages come one after another, although Henry already has Lefty and can wait to activate it when the team is ready. So the same night when Samantha arrives, they have to do a scrap trap. It's the events with him. They're going to blow up the pizzeria with him inside once they're done. Ken and Mike was too depressed and numb to try to engage with Scrap Trap as his father, but this Mike has terms with his abuse, and Nate and Emily have to convince him to not try to have a confrontation with his father. Emily can tell he's not a place to handle such things, especially not when Scrap Trap could decide to just murder him instead. Now, I'm going to focus on the other characters who free the rest of the MCU. This isn't going to be exactly linear, as a lot of stuff takes multiple days and is all happening in parallel. After 3 nights, they'll have all of the animatronics except for Lefty, but Henry isn't going to burn everything down at the end of night 5, so they can take their time. Even after freeing Susie, Samantha hangs around to see how this ends. Chuck from Step Closer, as I established in the first chapter, has also been interviewed by Nate. He's currently in high school, but in his free time helps with editing videos for Nate's channel. Nate knows Pittrap's real in this universe. Awesome. I mean, he's not physically real. The pit exists.
The pit.
The pit exists. It's like just an agony manifestation.
He's like Pennywise.
I'll take your word for it.
I don't know anything about that franchise, so I'm also just saying stuff.
Yeah, he's currently in high. Nate knows he's a teenager, as he had to send Nate things to verify his identity before his initial interview. But this is the common internet situation where a teenager is involved with adults in an online project and is treated the same as anyone else. Nate tells him when they're traveling to Utah and keeps him updated with enough information that he knows that there's. I'm wondering if FNaF is supposed to have a theme of kids not being able to rely on adults to be saved and instead have to save each other. Happy Stay seems to be set up by Charlie, CC Elizabeth Cath. Yeah. So the thing about that is a incredibly common theme in children's literature. Because
The adults don't understand. The adults won't help us.
yeah, because that's what children's literature is when it's either like a cool, if you've had a good childhood, it's just like a cool story of being like cool and independent, but so many kids have been let down by the adults in their life that you're showing that you're giving them a fantasy that they don't have to care about the adults and that they can take care of themselves. And you're kind of getting this here because Chuck is still a kid, and it's like he can help with a YouTube channel, same as anyone. There's
From
this
Better Call Saul?
no Chuck from Step Closer. He's
Is that the older brother from that
he's the
story, or
younger
the
brother.
younger one? Because he's the one
The
who's
younger
alive.
brother who
Yeah.
survives. Yeah, he survives.
Okay.
He's like, holy shit, Foxy cursed my brother, and he like goes on the internet
Foxy
saying
killed
that.
my brother.
Yeah. So he just shows up one day having told his parents that he's staying with a friend. Mike, Nate, and Emily all have backstories that make this seem reasonable to them. Chuck hasn't gotten any closure other than the idea that his Foxy probably had parts from the original Haunted Foxy. He's no closer to figuring out what happened to his brother because they have no idea about Eleanor because ACAB. And also, I don't think Larson would be able to give them the information they needed either. Chuck and Mike have a bit of a weird dynamic as they can feel on an emotional level the similarities between their experiences. But Chuck is older than Pete was when he died. They simply aren't in the right age to stand for each other, in for each other's brother, but this misconnection manifests as awkwardness. To everyone's surprise, he can connect with Fritz. Nate has been going back through his research and collecting every little personal fact he can find about the MCI, family situation, clothes they were wearing when they disappeared, interests, etc., which helps with reminding the spirits who they are. Chuck and Fritz have more in common than Chuck's encounter with some of his remnant. Based on how Foxy isn't included in Brian's escape plan in his week before and his gameplay behavior, Fritz was isolated from his peers and felt invisible. He wanted to be seen, but when he was, it was usually for ridicule. So he also, on another level, wants to avoid the spotlight. Chuck has had many of the same problems. He's nerdy and awkward, and his obsession with solving his brother's death only made it worse. Pete's death couldn't keep his parents together. His mother got more self-absorbed and hypomanic, and his father didn't want to step up and become his primary caretaker because of social norms. His closest friends are Nate and other people online. While I don't know exactly what Fritz's happiest day would look like, someone who understands his problems and offers companionship without pity is exactly what he needs. You remember hide and seek? Gibby's done a video on that. Yeah.
I vaguely remember it.
Yeah, so he doesn't really focus on how crazy the story is from Tabitha's perspective, because from her perspective, she saves another student from killing
She
himself.
shits.
No, she saves the protagonist from killing himself, and he like seems insane. But she does not tell adults about it, and if a child is not telling adults about it, that means they have a reason to mistrust adults. So I've always been fascinated by her as a character. Like, why did she act that way, and how is this gonna mess her up? So there's some of that. She's an adult now and a psychologist who works with at-risk youth. Characters from are fascinating to me than anything else. Oh, I keep like giving personal asides, and it turns out that I wrote it down. But when from Tabitha's perspective, she saves Toby from a suicide attempt. She doesn't do any of that, so she doesn't trust school. The school does a pretty good job at peer counseling, which means either she's done some research herself or just has good instincts. She makes sure to frequently check in with Toby and recommends he get professional help, but never forces it. But from her perspective, she failed and he still killed himself. And his delusion, although she knows that Reddy could also see Toby's shadow Bonnie, was seemingly triggered by Freddy's. But she's focused more on being able to help people the way she couldn't help Toby than figuring out what was going on outside Toby's head. I'm not sure how she would become known to the crew or why she'd trust him enough to join them at the pizzeria. I could also see whichever one of them knows her calling her to provide counseling to Henry, since only someone already invested in the situation and believing in the supernatural stuff. I ran out of water, so brief intermission,
Water.
folks.
Intermission for water. Water break. Water. 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 The water bottle. Where do you get that interpretation of him being a jerk? We don't know anything about any of the spirits except for Susie. Is Susie's full name Suzanne? Do we think her full name is Suzanne? Suzanne. It's a headcanon. Okay. Absol's getting water. It's okay. It's okay. I know we don't have object permanence, but it's okay. They'll be back. They just went to get milk, I swear. They'll be back. They went to the store.
I have returned.
Ah, you've returned. You got the milk and you came back.
Yeah, I did not abandon you. How's
Yay.
Cat been doing?
Seeker's saying some random headcanon that I don't understand again. And Mrs. Trap missed that you left.
Fritz is being, he's a bit of a jerk. Yeah, I mean, valid. We're just looking at the same evidence and making different valid readings.
The only valid reading is my reading of the story.
Okay. While she's there, Tabitha tries her hand at trying to connect to the MCI and connects with Jeremy to give them something actually in common rather than just a shared connection to Bonnie. Jeremy struggled with mental illness even before he died. Tabitha knew this before she was talked to Jeremy, as Nate was able to find a quote from his guardian describing him as troubled. He was in foster care. It makes sense that most of William's victims would be from society's most vulnerable. So there would be a less specific outcry, instead of just general fear about your kid might be next, that could push the police to properly investigate. Tabitha is able to provide enough counseling for him to realize that his traumatic past was his fault and that he isn't broken for his mental illness. That's all she needs to do. With his
You're
mind
broken.
changed by 30 years as a child without a brain and then not a body, practical counseling and trauma recovery is beyond her. Tabitha's knowledge of the foster system also allows her to create a happy state scenario that isn't entirely unrealistic. He wouldn't be able to believe being able to be with his biological parents again and that they'd be good parents. There's some combination of dead and or unsuitable. But she can create a scenario of a good foster home that knows how to deal with his problems. It would be interesting to see the
Seeker make YouTube videos.
Yeah.
Seeker make YouTube videos.
I
want to hear your batshit opinions, but in video form.
Yeah. I mean, also you can just always write it as an essay like this. But I'm not trying to see it I really don't like making videos. The only reason I make them is because I know people wouldn't listen. My ideas would get even less notice otherwise.
All the community is on the YouTubes.
Yeah.
All the good community is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, also I
Don't go to Reddit or Twitter.
Theorists, yeah, like the good theorists are on YouTube. Like I think on Tumblr, it's just a lot more of like making your own head canons and drawing art.
And Twitter is full of death threats.
Yeah. Like Tumblr's art, the art school. YouTube is the liberal arts college, the humanities, and Twitter is hell. And Discord is.
And Reddit is people who act like they went to school but only got a high school education.
Yeah, not on FNaF. I mean, you can get pretty good specific advice on Reddit, just not the FNaF, not Reddit.
No.
The crew struggles to connect with Gabriel. No one is able to make it stick, not even Emily and Miranda after they've come into contact with Reminick. I'll discuss this later. A supernatural experience marks you and makes you able to access the flip side. It comes much more easily to Nate and Mike, who've already done so. The Fright's characters have only adjacent experiences and need to meditate really hard in an ideal environment, which the basement of the pizza place is, to connect. They must practice in order to be able to create environments. Samantha gets to bypass this requirement because of her closeness with Susie and the marginal levels of remnant she's come into contact to when doing dissection and working with the living tissue samples, especially Mike's blood. Then Mike suggests they should ask Timmy from You're the Band. He's already had an experience with Gabriel's spirit. In this timeline, You're the Band happened basically exactly as depicted in the unfinished story a few years before FNaF 3, except using my Mike design, and the climax is actually comprehensible. Sylvia and Mike confront Eleanor and force her to retreat. I'm not sure how, which is probably the same problem Scott had plotting out the story, before returning Freddy's face to the pizzeria, which, and they find it, and that's why, it was hemmed. It's because Eleanor stole it and used it to make a mask, which also means Eleanor can sew. Sylvia's answer to
Eleanor is a seamstress.
Yeah, just not very good, because it is described as sloppy. And hemming is super easy. Very easy stitch.
She's like the other mother.
Yeah.
Well, she is like the other mother.
Yeah, she's like the other mother a lot.
Yeah.
Sylvia's answer to this request is absolutely not. And it's the same after she hears Nate and Mike out. Even after the events of the story, Timmy Wade remained interested enough in Freddy's, although not at young child obsession levels much longer, that he found Nate's videos and then podcasts, so Sylvia is familiar with Nate's work. She watched/listened to them after overhearing Mike's voice. But then really understands that Gabriel, the kid that they're having trouble reaching, is the one that possessed her son for a time, and all she can feel is maternal worry. She wants to help him get unstuck, so she calls her parents to babysit Timmy while she goes with them. She's easily able to make contact with him. I'm excited for Gibby's You're the Band story, just so more people can know what a goat Sylvia is.
The goat.
The goat.
Bah.
Bah. My name is Rousey. I drive a Mercedes Benz. I am a bah. These are my friends.
Excuse
I
me?
drive a Mercedes. Hey, what's your name, kid? My name is Mercedes Benz.
Oh, I know what you're referencing.
Yeah.
My
Going.
DoorDasher is heading the opposite direction to my house.
That's not good. That's like the opposite of what they're supposed to do.
They are like as far away from the pickup place as they are from my house.
Hmm. Going with Freddy
Just the opposite direction.
being the ringleader and the most aggressive, and Gabriel attacking Timmy's grandfather when he picks up a knife, Gabriel's main thing is his aggressive protective anger. It isn't elaborate and stewing like Cassidy's is. It's reactive. They've been attacking adults for primarily for the same reason they did in the Silver Eyes. When they're not sure that they're dead and have no idea who killed them, they attack all adults. William only controls them like he does in the closet. In the case of Ralph and Bronwyn explicitly, they were also trying to get free. All understandable human reflexes. But in the flip side, with his death explained to him, Gabriel just feels guilty. He also feels guilty for possessing Timmy, even though he had no control over that. In life, Gabriel wasn't all that angry. The murderous urges are just a weird side effect of his death, but he was very concerned with fairness when alive. Sylvia gives him what he needs to forgive himself, as well as providing an eternal presence that allows him to move on. Hey, Secret! It's the Elizabeth section! Pay attention! I clapped like Secret might be asleep, but like,
Seeker's the most active person in chat. They're definitely
yeah,
here.
yeah. Happening parallel to setting the MCI kids free, Scrap Baby arrives. Mike is the first choice to speak to Elizabeth, but he keeps getting bounced back. The crew eventually concludes that it's Mike's hatred towards Elizabeth for scooping him, and her pro-William attitude now that she's been put back together certainly isn't helping matters. They try to help him work through it, but understanding things intellectually isn't enough. There's also an aspect of a theme that sometimes when you try to forgive someone, the only way to maintain this forgiveness is to avoid them. You have to free them from your mind, and trying to psychically connect with them is the exact opposite. After a lot of struggling and not being able to make any progress trying to speak to Elizabeth in the physical world, Emily volunteers to be exposed to remnants so she can speak with Elizabeth. The crew is seeing with Chuck and Fritz how similar trauma works best as a basis for connection, and she knows how similar her own father is to William, and she has had to work through wanting to make him proud herself. Mike responded to his father's high standards by rebelling, and so can't understand why Elizabeth wants to please him so badly. Emily deciding to do this is a big risk, but she talks about how she feels weird to be on the outside with all this and wants to help. Yes, Elizabeth is here.
Elizabeth.
Elizabeth.
Busy.
And she meets her foil, Emily. They don't inject her. Doing that is all these additional health threats. She just holds it in her hand for a bit. The crew decides against using a sample of Mike's remnant, since even though it has Elizabeth's remnant as one of its ingredients, a persistent psychic bond between Emily and Mike would make things awkward. Especially during, certain times. Henry has a bunch of spare ramen in the basement from all the non-functioning animatronics he's retrieved, and the hope is that coming into contact with it will do the trick. And it does! Emily and Elizabeth are able to talk, and she's able to get Elizabeth to stop wanting her father's approval. And it's both about getting over abuse and manipulation, but also what it means when your father is trading the blood of other children for what he thinks you need. This isn't an Afton-only situation. Elizabeth doesn't want to move on, and after being put back together, she's far more present than any of the other spirits they've encountered thus far. So, Elizabeth decides to stay. Mike wants to forgive her, and the hope is that by spending more time together in the physical world, they'll reach that point. At some point, Henry Oh, were you saying something?
I yawned, sorry.
Okay. At some point, Henry introduces the crew to Lefty. This fic follows Lefty DCI. So not only does he contain the puppet, he has built up the remnant of the DCI. The different circumstances of their death, as well as their age, using the Teen DCI/5 teen theory, means that they all kind of just blended together into each other, collectively possessing all the toys, which is represented by the real Shadow Bonnie, who has been preventing Henry from simply destroying the toys and their remnant. Nate connects with Charlie. My headcanon is that Charlie is trans-masked, so I will be using he/him pronouns for the character. Unlike with Nate, this actually has textual
God bless.
support. Charlie being trans explains save him, and all the other times the puppet was referred to with male pronouns. In the trilogy, Charlie not wanting to be called by his full name by most people and instead going by a masculine nickname has big egg energy. He's also tomboyish, and part of how the other Charlie is fake is how she's more feminine. So Nate and Charlie are foils. Charlie has spent the time he hasn't been dormant also trying to figure out how things are going on from the flip side. They both have a strong sense of moral obligation to other people, and Nate is alive and was haunted by not being able to tell his dead dad that he was trans. Charlie is dead, and until Nate comes along, doesn't have the chance to tell Henry his gender. Nate is also able to explain what being trans is, and Charlie realizes this isn't the result of him being dead, but a normal part of the human experience. Just like Elizabeth, Charlie decides to stay around. He has the chance to make a new relationship with his father, like Elizabeth has with Mike. They can actually work to fix their regrets instead of settling for a thought form illusion. Feeling even more left out now that Elizabeth has established a connection with the spirit, Miranda does the same remnant touching procedure. Since Emily seems fine, it's a less tense scene. But Miranda goes around everyone's backs for it because no one has any reason to think Miranda is particularly suited to helping the DCI. But it turns out her puzzle solving skills is exactly what the DCI needs. All their time mixing together on the level of the flip side has soothed out their connection to their past emotional problems. What they need is to know who they are. Miranda is basically thrown into the FNaF 4 minigames, 5 times 5, with the added complication that elements of one person's life will sometimes bleed into the other, and the player character looks the same regardless of whose memories you're looking at. Helped by Nate's research, although the DCI got much less media attention, Miranda is able to untangle their stories and name each of the spirits that make up the DCI. They will be known and remembered, and thus can move on pending the destruction of their remnant. So, see, that's why she needed to be good at playing games like Return of the Obra Dinn. I'd love to play a game like this for the DCI, where the gameplay loop is
They're just
solving the puzzle. And also kind of like the Golden Idol games, where you just get flashes of images and you need to use context clues to try to figure out what's going on.
FNAF puzzle game would be rad.
Yeah, FNaF puzzle game where the gameplay loop is learning what the lore is, and so like even if you're not a theorist,
True.
you get the actual experience of being one. But
True and real and would be
because
cool.
like the answers are programmed into the game, we don't spend years going in circles. You solve it on your own, and you're like, I have an idea, and then if it's wrong, the answer to the puzzle won't work. That's like something like something like the Golden Idol games. Since you just like look at all these images, it still keeps things very vague and open to interpretation, but we still learn the facts. Oh, have I not been seeing all the messages? No, I have all messages on. Why is Cross saying that's fair? Oh, probably talking about the YouTube only thing.
I don't know. I'm in my own little world. I'm chilling here.
Yeah, you're chilling and doing your homework.
I finished my homework. I called it good enough.
That's good to hear. A change from my actual timeline to this AU is that I'm going to say that the crying child didn't move on after Happiest Day in FNAF 3. He and Cassidy are conjoined spirits, and Cassidy refuses to let him go,
Unhappiest day.
just like she refused any kind of moving on. Well, no, Happiest Day did help separate them from the physical animatronics.
Okay.
But then they were like, okay, we've done step 1.
Slightly happiest day.
Yeah.
Adequate day.
Yeah,
All right day.
All right day. Yeah. All the Freddy artifacts and the remnant
Cromulent day.
in the pizzeria mean Golden Freddy is present, and Mike is able to connect with Cece. And this was inspired by Banshee, which the demo had come out at this point. And I really like how you think you're only dealing with Afton on the first night, but then it says it's me, and you got to deal with Cece, and then the end is a cutscene where Cece and Michael actually talk to each other, and Michael's like, I'm sorry, and Cece's like, you're not sorry, you're just afraid.
Damn.
Yeah. Banshee is good. Thanks to FNAF World, Happiest Day, and the logbook is okay enough day. Yeah. Thanks to FNAF World, Happiest Day, and the logbook, as well as learning techniques from Henry and the rest of the crew trial and error, Mike is able to directly talk to Cece, who remembers everything. Mike is able to seek Cece's forgiveness and relieve the guilt that is burning a hole in him for decades. While Cece is able to get over the fear and guilt of the "why does my brother hate me" kind, Cece, with Cassidy holding tight, he can't move on. Cassidy and Dave, Timmy, and Cece are two friends. Yeah, I mean, that's what I think. I think that all the, like, bite victim toy shrink evidence in UCN is because of that, like, fusion.
Yeah, that's entirely fair. Also, where did you get the name Timmy? Is that a real theory?
No, Timmy is generic little boy's name. That's why it's the name of the
Okay.
kid in the preview page for the ephemera kit who avoids getting MCI'd. And I think it's also the
Okay.
name of the kid whose birthday it is in the Freddy repair level of Help Wanted 2.
Yeah, so it's not an actual theory calling him Timmy. That's good.
Yeah, I
He's
mean,
like, where did that come from?
I think if you needed a name for him before the logbook, I could see certain people going with Timmy as a bit of a meta joke that he just has a generic little kid name.
His name is Micheal.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Again, I left the fandom before Dream Theory, so everyone believed in Mike Victim.
Mike Victim.
Yeah. That he survived, came home, had the FNaF 4 dreams, and then did FNaF 1 and didn't quit after the first night because his frontal lobe was damaged. And then I was
Oh,
afraid.
I never
Yeah,
thought about that part of it.
that's the original. That's Matt Pat's original FNaF 4 theory.
I
About.
don't remember.
I do because it terrified me. In my, like, OCD episode of thinking the nightmares were coming to get me. They were coming to get me to take my frontal lobe. Just like
Literally crying child.
Mike bite victim just like Mike bite victim Schmidt.
Mike bite victim Schmidt Afton.
Well, I didn't know
I guess he wasn't Afton
It
yet.
wasn't Afton at the time. I don't know if people were saying what a purple guy is their dad. I don't know.
I don't think anybody was saying that until Sister Location.
Yeah.
Which basically just slammed it over our heads with it.
Yeah. Which is why I kind of think that was what was in the box, is that we were supposed to figure out everything else.
Box.
And then the box was like, oh, and by the way, the Schmidts are the Aftons.
The box is a metaphor for forgetting the past. Ba-dum, 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 bum.
Bum, bum, bum. And I disagree
But it
with
can also be something literal.
because that's how good stories work. But I disagree on a philosophical level about the importance of forgetting the past, which is the theme of this entire fanfic.
True.
I love when you have like tie-in expanded content that like interrogates, doesn't like disregard or contradict the theme of the original work, but like adds nuances and asks questions. Like,
I don't think it needs to be like forgetting the past is correct, but I do think it is a metaphor for trying to forget the past and move on.
Yeah, and
because I think William does that.
Because it's less like the like disagreement isn't like, no, you don't stay in the past, don't move on. It's more like you can't move on until the past is known, and I think it's just kind of like the limitation of Scott's narrative that he doesn't think about regular people, and then that's what this is responding to it on a thematic level. Kind of like someone at the start of Matt Pat's Dream Theories message possibility of bite victim being purple guy's son. I mean, he didn't have any evidence.
Son. It's a purple guy's son.
He didn't have any evidence of being purple guy's son. There's never any evidence of.
That's a purple guy's son. He's got entered inside of him, dog.
Okay. Cassidy is the final boss of this version of FNaF 6, which is about talking to people and solving puzzles.
She should be the final boss in any version of FNaF.
Yeah.
If FNaF were good.
A personal characterization
we would interrogate this character's.
I have of hers that I think makes her more interesting is that she doesn't want to move on, and that's part of why she's so vengeful. Even though she's disembodied and has had her nature permanently changed by sharing a vessel with Cece, She enjoys his existence much more than any of the other disembodied spirits. This is who she is. And with the new approach, the crew, probably Henry, Nate, and Mike are the ones talking directly to her, they're able to hear her and understand this. By ensuring that people will know about William's crimes and treating each spirit as a person, they were able to convince Cassidy that justice has been done. Nate is also able to relay an argument from Emily against eternal punishment that is far better rhetorically than OCM's, and doesn't talk down to Cassidy. So instead of it being like, leave your demons to your demons, it's, hey,
Leave the
isn't hell
demons to
kind of
his demons.
messed up? Shouldn't William just not exist? Like,
Yeah, but would Cassidy accept that? She is a child. Would she accept a new idea like that?
well, I think with everything else, and also in this, they're neither children nor adults because they have existed for 30 years, and like, I don't think the ghosts are static, and like, who they are changes through so like, instead of going through puberty and experiencing life, they were in an animatronic and experienced a limited version of life.
I think the spirits are static in there, but that's just like there's not really any evidence either way, I don't think.
Yeah. And it's not just the argument of like hell is not morally justifiable. They're also like, we're talking to you like a person. I think like Cassidy really wishes she could get to Henry. And we're not killing your friends. They want to leave. They yearn to return to the infinite.
They yearn for the mines.
And also like they don't talk down to her. And yeah, since Henry doesn't kill her a second time, and from the perspective of Cassidy done the same to her friends, she is able to be made unvengeful. Although it's a lot harder than how it comes across in the summary. It is evidence, isn't it? They're still acting like kids. Yeah, that is that they act like kids. My thing is that they act like kids, but they like act more worldly than kids.
Yeah.
They've been through stuff. And also like they're decades older here than they would be in
I've
other
had this
people.
little idea in my head that's not really a theory, but like that they get flanderized over time. The longer they're a ghost, the more they're like
Oh yeah, that's certainly
forget themselves and
possible.
become their base.
Yeah,
Like Cassidy becomes angry instead of any other character trait because she's forgotten who she actually is and just remembers the
they
basics.
still act like kids in the novels too. So they act like kids specifically when Carlton goes to speak with them in the flip side. But you also kind of get the sense that Michael knows more than he lets on, and that he he can recognize his friends as an adult, but like doesn't notice that there's anything weird about that. And then Elizabeth is also able to grow up, sort of. But there is kind of the assumption, actually, from Charlie's perspective, where when Elizabeth explained her backstory, Charlie's like, I don't believe that sweet little kid could become evil. And I'm like, Charlie, that sweet little kid has been manipulated by her abusive father to be evil for 20 years. But then,
You will be evil. I will make you evil, my
yeah,
daughter.
but then Elizabeth's like, no, that comes from my other dad. Which, yes, as the way Trilogy Elizabeth perceives herself, she has two dads, and those dads are William and Henry.
She's just like, whichever JoJo that would be that has the two dads.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. And also, like, kids can handle. I mean, kind of the flanderization thing doesn't help, but I think I like the idea of Cassidy. Like the turning point is FNaF 6 for Cassidy because of like she doesn't see herself as like stopping Jeremy from moving on. She sees herself as like, oh my god, Henry has killed them. I'm gonna save them, and then she's only able to save Jeremy.
I think one of the main reasons I think of that flanderization thing is because if you take Cassidy as the one setting Bite Victim free and the vengeful spirit, she kind of has a negative character arc.
Yeah, I think
Going from
she
helping a
has
victim to torturing the man and hurting the victims.
she has a negative character arc, but I don't think you need magical flanderization for that. I think you just need thinking you've been murdered for a second time.
No.
And
I don't
like
know. I just don't like
with
how she
CC,
gets negative character growth. It bugs me.
that's negative character growth is a big part of tragedies.
Yeah, I guess.
Cassidy agrees to
Giorno's
let
dad was Dio using Jonathan's body. That was what I was referencing. Yeah.
yeah, Cassidy agrees to let go of Cece, although to her it still feels like she lost her closest friend and a part of herself. She doesn't want to leave herself, so Henry puts enough remnant into some piece of Freddy's memorabilia so that Cassidy can still be connected to the physical world. With every spirit satisfied, and then maybe some kind of dramatic conversation with William, Henry, and Mike, Henry burns the pizzeria down, both everyone living as well as Charlie Elizabeth, and escaping. Without Cassidy actively trying to keep people, and especially William, from moving on, things do actually end. Oh, I explain. Okay, now for some more follow-up. This ties directly into my theories about Fright/Stitchline, but the short version that the man in room 1280 isn't William Afton. Instead, it was a copycat killer, and all this stuff happened before FNaF 3. Charlie has some impressions of Eleanor's memories because of when they fought for control of the amalgamation. Because the stingers are a lot more interesting if you assume that like they're having some sort of epic psychic battle when they're both part of the amalgamation. And it isn't just Eleanor, like, it's like, I've eaten my fill of the agony, goodbye. She's like, I want a big agony kaiju to kill people with. And Charlie's like, no, go away. And then Eleanor has to retreat, and, like, Charlie gets some of the Larson skipping through all the different stories experience.
And they're good enemies because they're both Jackie.
And Charlie. Wait, Cassie CC said part of herself, that's bubble. Yeah. So like I think I think FNaF, so as I said in my actual timeline, I think CC moves on after FNaF 3. And so like that kind of breaks her. It's like part your best friend is dead, part amputation. I like this idea that they're both altered text and that it is Charlie who's faded text. Frisk and Chara vibes, that's always a good thing. That is also true, but it's more if like they kind of started fusing into one person. I'm always thinking of Paul from The Locked Tomb. People should read The Locked Tomb. It is really good. I
can't read.
I was gonna say I've recommended it to Gibby because I think it would be up his alley. I remembered I've not had the chance to do so. Actually, I think I did in a comment when they were talking about the idea of Cassidy and Cece fusing into one being. There's a lot of two people in one body. And also, if you have two people in one body, you get extra magic powers, and so that kind of tracks with Golden Freddy being the most powerful. And they also had something I think Gibby would really like, where they mix like references to classical mythology with references to like pop culture. And yeah, like
because mythology is basically just pop culture, but from a long time ago.
Yeah, and like that's the theme that they're saying, and also like people are like, oh my God, there's 2010 memes in this book. The point is that when like the last survivor of Old Earth makes a 2010 memes joke, and then the future person is like, what are you talking about? And it's to show how disconnected he is from his people. And it's also kind of like if you're living 10,000 years in the future, Homestuck and the Odyssey are going to be basically the same from your perspective. And we can't go anywhere in sci-fi without running into the Roman Empire, including actually Locked Tomb. It's kind of like a more mystical Warhammer 40k in that way. Post CC every day because there's Pentagon blind, composer gone deaf. Yeah, you're right. Yes.
The thing I've done is gone. The thing I protect is dead now.
Yeah.
Half of me is gone.
Half of me is gone. And then someone else.
Half me, half crying child.
Yeah, and then someone else has tried to kill me. But honestly, I basically, depending on the day, I flip flop between unhappiest day and bite victim receiver. Because, I mean, if you go with Unhappiest Day, Cassidy, and with all this, like, fusion stuff, Cassidy and Cece can both be the kid wearing the Golden Freddy mask.
Yeah. I think Bite Victim Receiver is such a... I feel like it's so clearly what Scott was intending with in between FNAF 3, World, and 4.
Absolutely, 100%. And the only reason I don't believe it is because, like, some stuff indicates that it's not just Bite Victim leaving imprints of his personality on Cassidy, but, like, him being, like, the nightmare Freddles. Being, like, him speaking through the Freddles, it seems. Like, kind of
He
suggests
speaks to the Freddles?
I think he speaks. I think that's what people think. Let me pull up those voice lines. Voice lines, ECN, Nightmare Freddy.
See?
Nightmare Freddy. Dialogue.
What a gift to cherish, a victim who cannot
I mean,
perish, or
no,
whatever.
like, I swear there's one where they sound like a little kid. I don't know, I need to, there's like so many FNaF wikis. Here we go. We'll be able to hear it. Mm.
I am remade, but not by you, by the one you should not have killed.
Now it just sounds like Darth
No
Vader.
one you should not have
No
killed.
light can save you now. I have always been hiding in your shadow. What a gift to relish.
Yeah, okay, I don't know why people were saying that.
Leapfrog the Letter Factory!
Woo! Yeah, let's watch that instead. It's free with ads.
Let's go!
I don't know why people are saying there's someone with voice lines that make it sound that it could be the crying child.
Nightmare Fredbear.
Not a Fredbear. Okay.
Yeah. He has like multiple layers into his voice, and one of them sounds like a little kid.
That makes more sense. But also, like, that is more.
And they also say like, we know who our friends are.
Yeah. But that's
stuff that
also
references FNAF 4.
Nightmare Freddy, Fredbear, UCN voice lines. But I suppose that could also, I guess that isn't quite as clear as I thought it was.
There's a voice in the back that's like,
We know who our friends are, and you are not one of them.
Yeah, and it's not the Vengeful Spirit's voice.
yeah,
If
it's
you
a
know what
different
that sounds
voice.
like.
I assure you, I am very real. This time, there is more than an illusion to fear.
More than illusion to fear.
We know who our friends are, and you are not one of them.
There it is, that's the one.
Yeah, and that could also make sense as like, kid, your father's actually evil.
And also the let me put you back together thing is also a reference to the FNAF 4 ending.
Yeah, okay, yeah,
Those
nice.
point people
Yeah.
to thinking that this one is Crying Child.
Yeah, and then also in my like big FNAF playlist, I have Evelyn in there to represent Cece and Cassidy arguing about whether or not to do UCN. Okay.
Otherwise, doesn't tell CC to go find the happiest day mini games. They tell the player of FNAF World, which is not CC. Or if it is a different level of CC's consciousness.
Yeah, after the pizzeria has burned down, the three of them plus Henry go to see. Oh, okay. So they do go talk to Larson afterwards. Everyone puts things together and they figure out Larson. Henry and Charlie get a chance to reestablish their relationship on the casual everyday level, with Charlie in a weird, not quite adult, not quite child mental state, while the rest of the group heads back to their homes, with Elizabeth joining Mike and Nate. Cassie also joins Henry group. She's limited where she can interface with the physical world to the general area of the objects she's bonded to. Without CC, Golden Freddy is weaker. Larson leads the group to the ball pit. Everyone is so very touched. They're very easy able to reach a safe hub world Jake has created between Eleanor's pit hells. Millie had an unusually easy happiest day, and time is weird on the flip side. Even though it's been years on the outside, he still has plenty of victims to work through. They explain the main branch of FNAF lore to him, and Larson and Jake fill in the holes of each other's understandings. Jake is able to tell Tabitha and Chuck what happened to Toby and Pete, respectively. They help Jake create their happiest days, which, just like with Millie, is them being able to actually use the lesson they learned in their stories and be with their families. Seeker's going on about Yellow Eyes again.
Eyes is clearly talking to
There's some discussion
I
about how the
disagree.
happiest days Jake is creating is based on deception, and when they've had so much success recently sending spirits on with truth, Jake is restricted by the fact that all these spirits are completely disembodied, bound only by the agony in the ball pit. The answer to what is more just is left to the reader, but Jake's position is influenced by the fact his memories are a jungle mess of the real Jake's memories and the false stories told to the Simon doll, which is something he figures out after Larson gives him the details from the police report Margie made that led to the police being aware of the Simon doll. So yeah, this part is just, we're tying up all the loose ends here. Except for F10, because I didn't know about that when I wrote this. And I can't think of a way to tie up that loose end.
Efton's not real.
But
Efton's not
also,
real.
I could not figure out, I don't really have a good answer for what happens to what we thought the Mimic story was at the time anyway. In my timeline, Eleanor is the game's first version of Trilogy Baby, and when Henry realizes this, Jake lets her talk to Henry. They're unable to make any headway. Too much damage has already been done, and Henry rejected Eleanor, and she has infused her mind with agony, and no longer desires to live like a human or have a relationship with her father. To contrast what happened in FNaF 6 rewrite, some stuff is just unsolvable, and you might never be forgiven for your mistakes. You just have to live with that. Since no one in this group would argue about hell being unethical, because Emily went back to California, she just goes back into the memory Jake trapped her in. And, Cassidy was not like 100% convinced solely by that argument. Helping
Cassidy's nuts.
Cassidy, receiver, post UCN.
Banned yet again.
Helping set Pete and Toby free, Cassidy demonstrates her natural skill in creating environments and flip side. She found being reliant on someone moving her argument and artifact and reduced powers very frustrating. While she wants to keep existing, she decides to stay with Jake and be a psychopomp with him. Yes, which is partial lampshade of people thinking Andrew is the vengeful spirit. That they, in this timeline, they end up being buddies anyway.
Andrew?
Yeah, I'm like, who's Andrew? But this also lets this
Who
timeline's
is that?
Cassidy use her skills for good and make up for playing a role trapped in Bronwyn and Nalf in their time loops. They don't know what will happen when all the spirits are free. Turns out they just get to monitor the flip side and move between different realms, having become the same kind of being as Old Man Consequences. Since Jake now has help in the physical world, the group can disassemble the ball pit and make sure all of it and all of its agony-tainted balls are destroyed. Larson can use his power as a police officer to get Jeff to agree, not that anyone was using the ball pit. In my video on the Into the Pit loop theory, I couldn't decide if the story took place before or after the Stingers. I've since decided after, and Jake was completely surprised by the possibility of someone getting trapped in the pit while still alive. But in this timeline, Oswald is safe. What happens isn't as bad as the endings in Return to the Pit, where you refuse the call to adventure, since that was a construction of the loop. But not being able to have an adventure to get him to properly appreciate life just put a strain on Oswald's relationship with his dad for a few years, until he gets older and gains perspective. Not that the adventure actually happens in loop theory. So yeah, Oswald is not dead in this timeline. You just, there's no ball pit. They took it away because it was evil.
They removed it from the timeline.
Yeah, but without time travel. There's no time travel. There's no time travel in FNaF. There's no time travel in FNaF. There's no time travel in FNaF. I have to believe this.
There's no time travel in FNaF. There's no Warren Bossing say. There's no Warren Bossing say.
After this detour, Chuck, Tabitha, and Larson go back to their lives. Henry and Charlie join it back with Mike and Nate, who have consulted with a lawyer. It is time to take back Fazbear Entertainment and destroy it in a way that, oh yeah, we do kill Pit. That does kill Pit Trap. I'm sorry to say. It's time to take back Fazbear Entertainment and destroy it in a way that actually sticks. Fazbear Entertainment, also, this does not track with, the new backstory we have with Secret of the Mimic. But yeah, Pit Loop is
That's
greater
okay.
than
Secret
time
of the Mimic
travel.
didn't exist.
You are correct. But in this...
Is a loop not time travel?
No, because it's just it depends on the context in which it happens. The rest of the world isn't resetting. Oswald is resetting while he's having his living remnants sucked out of him like a juice box. If you keep having the same, if someone sticks you in a simulation over and over again, that is a loop, but that's not real time travel because time
That's
isn't
fair.
linearly for everyone else. It's just your perception.
That's fair. It is just the perception.
Yeah,
But for you, it's time travel.
for you it is time travel. It is all an agony hallucination.
Everything's agony, actually.
Until the real world and basically works in time. No, there is no real world. It's all the pit. None of it makes any sense.
There is no real world.
Like, why would breaking a door in a past, why would throwing the door open in the past lead to throwing the door open in the future?
Because of time travel.
Yeah, but if the time travel is linear, they would have closed the damn door at some point and fixed it.
Well, time travel's weird.
I hate it.
Checkmate.
You shouldn't put time travel casually within stories, but I forget to believe
It's Back
it.
to the Future rules where stuff doesn't change until you change it.
But that's only things on Marty's possession. The picture is updating from Marty's perspective because he is experiencing time outside of the timeline. It's that photo time traveled too. And like
You've just shattered my brain.
the photo time traveled too, because the photo was in Marty's pocket, and I don't exactly remember what happens in the other two movies, even though I've seen them. But I don't think there's any shots where
He goes to the Old West.
Yeah, it goes to the Old West in one. It creates Trump in another. But I'm almost certain that there's no examples of them showing that like the future is being erased that isn't with an item that itself time traveled. Everything in there has an effect that in here. Yeah, but that.
Well, the world literally does change once he goes back, and then he goes back to the future. Stuff is literally different than how he entered it.
Yeah, because he moved to
It's literally a different time.
Yeah, but it's not like the problem I have with saying that for Into the Pit is that the evidence we have from the game is something not. It doesn't seem like those doors experience those 30 years of time. Where, like, in Back to the Future, the parents, like, go on with their lives after the mysterious stranger vanishes. They get married. They get good jobs. Biff becomes a trash collector or whatever that is. Like,
I think he's like their dog.
I don't think it's their dog. He's either their trash collector or their cleaner. I don't think he's their
I think they chain him up in the backyard.
They chain him up in the backyard and make him eat out of a dog bowl.
Did they not?
They actually work things out and become an extremely weird polycule.
I think we watched different movies if that's not what happened. I killed them. It's my stream now.
I do actually need to take my inhaler. Give me a moment.
Uh-oh. I might have actually killed them. Uh-oh.
No, it's just mild discomfort. I don't need to break out the nebulizer. It'll just help me catch my breath quicker. Why is it so funny? I need that fanfic on my door by Monday. I need that fanfic on my desk by Monday.
I need it. I need pictures. I need pictures of Biff Dog on my desk.
God, I might legitimately edit this if I wasn't moving this weekend.
I can clip it.
Yeah, clip the whole bit.
And then in the past version, he becomes their horse in the West.
No, he becomes Donald Trump in the third movie. They give him a...
No, he becomes that in the future. In the past one, he becomes like...
Okay, so in Back to the Future 2, they go to the future, and I don't remember anything that
and
happened in that movie.
He's in the big tower. He's in the big tower.
That's in the third movie. In the third movie, they go to the Old West, and then somehow Biff ends up running into Marty anyway, and he steals a sports almanac from Marty, and so he becomes Donald Trump.
No, that was the plot of 2.
No, they go to the future in 2.
Yeah, and then that's where that old man comes from. And then old man travels back in time in the future.
Then what do they?
To
What
1985.
happens in the third movie? Then do they just go to the West? That's
They go to the
boring.
Wild West.
That's
They
it?
go to the Wild West.
Why? No, I swore that the third movie was also. I swore the third movie was better than the second movie.
Because it's West and you remember it better.
They change.
I swear, future Biff with the almanac was all in 2,
It
and
changes the world in weird ways, where despite the past actually changing. But yeah, I mean, I feel like the argument you could make is that it's not time travel. Like the door just did that from like Oswald's linear perspective of time. The door. So like, if Jeff was standing there when
the door
in
would have just
Oswald's
gotten knocked
perception of
down.
the time, Pit Trap broke those doors open, the doors just opened on their own, because it's not like he changed something in the past, so now the present's going to look like he actually did it. It's that by just things that happen in the pit will cause related things to happen in the real world.
Eleanor climbed out of the pit and opened the doors.
I wouldn't believe...
She was like, I have to keep this consistent. I have to keep gaslighting this boy. I have to change it in the real world too.
And the other thing, in the Avengers route, shit doesn't add up. I explained that in my Return to the Pit video, that, like, Chip's story doesn't add up. And, like, why does he never attack the pizzeria when Oswald doesn't meet him? And why does his daughter come with him, but only when Oswald does? That's not how normal Choose Your Own Adventure books work.
It makes no sense. Oswald being there set the plan in motion or whatever.
But that's not what happens. They literally don't give a shit about Oswald. And the decision of whether or not Gabrielle would go to school was made before Chip ran into Oswald.
It could just be, this is time travel for video game's sake.
I think what makes the most sense is that the world stops existing outside of Oswald's perception. It's all fake.
They keep gaslighting him into thinking he's in...
It's just like in the hit video game Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories. I'm turning into Gibby here.
You can't just say that. That's like illegal. That should be that's like in the Bible. You can't do that.
You can't say this is like in Kingdom Hearts. Okay.
Yeah, that's God literally said that back in the year 2. God said you cannot do that.
He said it in the year 2. I don't have to listen to it. I'm Jewish.
Okay.
Yeah, only Christians can't explain Kingdom Hearts lore. The Council of Nicaea is like, we don't know what this means, but we will put this in canon. Okay. So they filmed 2 and 3 back to back, but what happens in the movie?
2, they go to the future. 3, they go back to Wild West.
Yeah, but why do they... Oh! The almanac is from the future.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's how it works. It's from the future.
No, I thought the almanac...
Oh, you thought it was from present day?
From the 80s, and he gave it to high school Biff. But no. Elderly Biff... Oh, yeah, I guess Elderly Biff is the antagonist in the future.
Yeah.
And then he goes all the way back into...
I don't know. Movie 2 was always like 50% filler to me.
Well, yeah, because I completely divorced the interesting part with Biff from the... Yeah, okay,
it's like...
so 1955 Biff takes the almanac, is given to him by 2015 Biff. And because the almanac traveled through time, it would be self-updated. So even if Biff did things that would change... This is the thing. The stuff that remains updating is stuff that traveled through time. You never get like
Well,
a
he didn't do anything to manipulate it. He just like bet
yeah, but
and made money.
for years after years and years, you'd likely butterfly effect it.
On a small scale, you're just like, I'm making more money.
Yeah, but what if you like the butterfly effect? You make like on the scale of decades, you'd end up butterfly affecting it. But I guess maybe he
Maybe.
might have just made all his money in the first couple years.
I think that's outside of the scope of the movie.
I don't know. Okay, so what happens in the third movie then?
They go to the Wild West.
Is that
Marty's
it?
character arc is concluded.
What
character arc
does
they
he
start
have left?
in movie 2. They introduce that he gets really mad when you call him a chicken.
Oh yeah, I remember that part.
When you say the word chicken, it awakens a primal rage inside of him.
Yeah, I mean, isn't that how he? Oh, I guess they don't like 100%.
And they conclude that in movie 3.
Defeat.
No, they defeat him. They just go to the West.
Yeah, but
It's that they get stuck. They get stuck
in
the West at the end of the second movie. I
Yeah,
think.
they get stuck at the end of the West, and I'm remembering it. So I saw the first. I've seen the first movie twice because I saw it in a film class. Butterflying Day effect, correct? I mean the the alt history series I'm obsessed with. 1631 / Ring of Fire. Like relies on the butterfly effect a lot because there are rules for writing this. You have to be 100% as historically accurate as possible for everything that happened before 1631. But if you want to like fudge things and just say like for some reason Galileo's trial was delayed so we can make the timeline work for us, they just say that happened. Okay, so yeah.
I also watched back part 2 and part 3 like back to back, so they take up like a very similar part of my brain.
I must have as well. I think I watched these are like the movies I watched with my dad because he's like, you need to know pop culture, and like that's how I saw.
Well, Back to the Future 1's a very good standalone movie, but 2 and 3 are like you have to watch them together because like the story part 2 ends on a cliffhanger.
Well, they were filmed together, so
yeah, they were filmed at the same time. They like filmed the first one. They were like, okay, let's do 3.
Yeah.
I think because of that, 2 and 3 don't stand.
They just go to
They
the
just
old
go
West?
to the Old West.
That's so stupid.
But it's fun.
Yeah, but
They go to the Old West. There is a train heist. He used the hoverboard. End of movie. Train. Time travel train. Doc have kids.
Oh yeah, there's an entirely unnecessary heterosexual romance in that story.
I don't know. I thought it was cute.
I don't remember liking it.
I thought it was cute. But I also watched it when I was like 13.
I was around that age too, but at that time I was even less likely to enjoy a ship. Okay.
It wasn't a ship, it was a train.
That's how you should end the clip video, where you just cut forward to it wasn't a ship, it was a train. Okay. Oh yeah, I still have more of this to read. There is a train and it is going to hit me. Ah! I am David Murray. I am Edwin Murray, an immigrant from Ireland.
I am Edwin Murray. I am Edwin Murray the First. The person you know is actually Edwin Murray the 17th.
No, it'd be like, okay, so if we say Edwin Murray, I seriously need to calculate this. So Edwin Murray the First was in like, okay, when does Back to the Future 3 take place? Because we need to choose a point within the 19th century.
1850?
Yeah, 1885. 100 years before the MCI. So if it was 1885, and that's Edwin 1, then it would be Edwin 2 in the 1920s.
Every 20 years, maybe-ish?
Yes. No, so
20 to 40 years?
Yeah, every 20 to 40 years, there would be a new Edwin coming of age. So Edwin 1 in 1880 immigrates to Ireland and immigrates from Ireland to the U.S. in 1885, and then Edwin 2 would be born. Oh, if we assume Edwin 1's already an adult, so Edwin 2 would be born, let's just say, in the 1890s.
He'd be an adult by like the
The
1910s.
1910s. Have fun dying in World War One, but his kid would be born in the 1910s, and so they would have a kid in the 1930s. And the kid born in the 1930s would, so our math is all off because we know Edwin was born in the 1950s.
So then it would be like fourth or fifth,
No,
right?
I think third.
Would it?
Because, okay, Edwin's
Already?
a boomer, and the boomer's parents were of the greatest generation. And the greatest generation, their parents were born too old to be the lost generation.
A proud lineage of Edwins and their eternal enemies, the Williams. William actually rebelled against his family by not naming his son as William.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because they're Irish and English. Like, the
Irish.
Aftons
Well,
were the
top of the
Murray's
morning. Yeah.
landlord. Actually, I think the Murrays are more likely Scottish. Murray
I don't know.
surname. It's a Scottish and Irish surname, and we don't know which one it is because we don't know how it's anglicized, but they do a whole bit about Irish folklore in GGY for no reason. And like Tony meets a guy with the masculine form of the name Fiona, which is super rare. It's like Finbar, and they talk about it. So they're probably Irish.
The name Edwin means wealth friend.
Yeah.
Comes from Old English, aid, wealth, good fortune, and Old English wine, friend.
Yeah, okay,
Wow.
so
Wine friend.
Edwin, if we assume they've been named Edwin since the first Edwin emigrated in 1885.
In the year 1. The first Edwin in the year 1.
Would be, hello, we're doing completely unnecessary Edwin math for a bit. So I think I think our Edwin would be the third or fourth Edwin, depending on when people had their kids.
Assuming the first one was in like 1885.
Assuming the first
The
one
year
was an
Back to the
adult
Future.
who emigrated to the U.S. in 1885, which is a
random date we
decision
picked because of
came
Back to the
to
Future
because
3.
when Back to the Future 3 takes place. Yeah.
His name really is Edwin. And he sure did make the Edwin.
Yeah, that's what we say about Edwin 1. His name is Edwin. He made the Edwin. He was around when Irish people became white.
Was the first ever David actually God himself? Well, Edwin broke the tradition by naming his kid David.
Yeah.
Unless they alternate every generation in that family.
No, because it's Edwin Sr.
Okay, so Edwin broke tradition.
Yeah.
Unless he had a secret second kid.
Well, no,
he keeps in the attic.
you name your first kid, if you're from an insane family that gives your firstborn the same name, it would be the first son that you name that name.
Yeah, so he had his first son. He kept him in the basement. That's what Tiger Rock is.
Rock is Edwin the Fifth.
And that leaves David to be kidnapped and become crying child.
The secret
The secret of the Edwin.
That Tiger Rock this will be our Togor, Edwin the Fifth.
Edwin the Fifth.
Edwin the Fifth.
He's just like that one Bart. It was difficult to put all the Edwins together. This is such a good stream.
Okay. Oh yeah, and Edwin comes up in this because obviously we did not know about Edwin at this point.
Deadwin? Is that what the theory that he's dead is called?
It's more like the concept that he's dead. It's not a theory.
I guess it's not a theory, yeah. Well, he could be alive.
The theory is that he's alive. So
He could have robot legs like Darth Maul.
the concept is that he's dead. So yeah, so
Darth Edwin.
Henry and Charlie
He
and
became a
Mike
spider
and
like Darth Maul.
they go to be like Fazbear Entertainment, stop being a piece of shit. And the way in this timeline William set up the company, together he and Henry would always have a majority share, and Mike just has to prove he's Mike Afton to be able to get that share. And they also have Edwin's own small share in the company because Guinness was going off tails. And obviously, it's not just as easy as showing up and saying no more FNaF bullshit.
The shadow they added in Secret Minute, that's Edwin's secret son.
Oh my god! Yeah,
That's Edwin the
you
Fifth.
laugh so hard. Yeah, that's Edwin the Fifth. We figured out who Shadow Edwin is. It's Edwin the Fifth.
We've solved the lore.
We solved the lore. It's Edwin the Fifth coming back to take revenge.
He's coming back to kill David for not being an Edwin.
No, he's becoming his father for getting rid of him.
His father's already dead though, so like
Well, he doesn't know that.
you kind of missed an opportunity.
He was late.
It's too late for that.
No, wait.
You're
he's
just standing up
he's
there in
like
that
the
office.
guy who shows up at the end of Hamlet. What's his name again? I think it starts with an F.
Hamlet.
No. At the end of Hamlet, this guy who's planning on invading Denmark shows up.
I'm sure Hamlet is in the end of Hamlet.
No, he's not in the last scene of Hamlet because he's dead. He dies in the penultimate.
What?
And it's like super gay.
What?
Yeah, and I like did a live reading of that once and almost started crying as Horatio because I got so into
I don't
it.
think I know anything about Hamlet.
Okay, do you want me
I know
to derail the stream again
I know it Lion King.
by explaining the plot of Hamlet?
It's like Lion King, right?
Only in the sense that an evil uncle steals a kid's throne.
It's just like real life.
So what happens in Hamlet is you got a guy named Hamlet. He's away at college. While he's away at
The
college,
Edwin democracy. Next to
what?
the old Edwin.
Next to the old Edwin. Yeah. Yeah, we got a new event in Sortor, and we're like, oh my god, are they bringing back Rocorian? And it's just Edwin. Wait.
My name is Edwin.
Edwin made all the IOCast super weapons. Take that as a reference. Anyway, Hamlet. Explaining Hamlet.
Understand.
Chat, do you want me to put something more visually entertaining on the stream? Because I've not scrolled in a while. Let me know if you want me to put on something visual. Anyway, explaining the plot of Hamlet. There's a kid named Hamlet.
Hamlet.
He goes away to college. While he's away at college, his uncle murders his dad, who is the king of Denmark. And then when he gets back, his Uncle Claudio,
Lego is.
has married his mom, Gertrude. And there are many ways you can interpret this. But because Hamlet is still and then Hamlet is like, it's kind of ambiguous if he like just became an adult or not. So, but Claudio has taken control of Denmark because Hamlet is still kind of like just like a whiny frat bro. And so then Hamlet is like, dang, this stinks. And then the ghost of the dead king shows up and is like, Hamlet, your uncle killed me. You need to kill him instead. And Hamlet's like, damn, okay, but I'm not going to listen to a random ghost who just showed up because it's kind of ambiguous whether or not I should believe in ghosts. That I wrote like a whole essay about that part. And then
Okay.
he's like, okay, what I'm gonna do is there's a theater troupe that's just arrived in town. Oh, also he hates that Claudio has married his mom, and Claudio is now his stepdad, and Claudio is kind of rude to him, and he's also like, in our society that is incest, so this is pretty fucked up. Anyway, so there's this theater troupe that's come to town, and he's like, okay, listen, I want you to put on a play about a guy murdering his brother who's the king to become king. And then I'm going to see how angsty Claudio gets. And then that'll determine if he actually killed my dad. which is a brilliant plan that makes sense. Totally, I promise. And while that's happening, I'm going to pretend to be insane. That part is unclear, and people have written about it for centuries of whether or not he was pretending to be mad or actually mad and just pretending to be mad.
What?
So Claudio kind of loses his shit, and I'm like, yeah, I got him. But the next time he finds Claudio alone, Claudio is praying in church, and he's like, shit, if I kill Claudio while he's praying, he won't have committed any sins, so he'd go to heaven, maybe.
This is the plot of Spider-Man 3.
That you wait to kill someone so you can make sure they go to hell? And
I mean,
Hamlet's fatal flaw is that he overthinks things, and also in that moment he's more focused on vengeance than
it's like a certain Cassidy.
a certain Cassidy who's like, you better fucking go to hell.
I'm gonna torture this man. Ignore all the other people I have trapped here so I can torture this man.
Yeah, ignore the people I've forced into my torture, play my torture place. Okay, Hamlet.
My friend, you're a gear in my torture machine.
Yeah. So Hamlet, I've been cutting out all the other subplots. But there's this girl who they're sort of courting, but she's the son of just a random courtier, and so her brother is break up with Hamlet because he's a prince, so he can never marry you, and so he's just gonna get you pregnant and leave you. But he says it in a very misogynistic way, even though it is kind of reasonable advice in the context of their society. And so then their relationship kind of implodes, and it eventually leads to Ophelia killing herself. And so that makes Hamlet even more unstable. And there's pirates at one point, but I don't exactly remember how they factor into the story. I'm not looking anything up. I'm just doing this on top of the dome.
Good.
I've read Hamlet all the way through twice. I've never seen a production of it. Second time was in English class, so we did what we did with this, where there was a live reading, and the teacher stopped every couple lines.
Is it a play?
Oh my god, you don't know it's a play? Yeah, it's a Shakespeare play.
Oh yeah, it's Shakespeare. Of course, it's a play. I'm stupid.
Yeah. So I don't care about this anymore. I don't need to. There's barely anything left in this. We're gonna keep talking. We are gonna keep streaming though, because I need to finish explaining the plot of Hamlet. I know this could totally just be me talking to Grim alone, but whatever. YouTube stream. So Hamlet, there's pirates at one point, I don't remember. Hamlet has this guy who's totally not his boyfriend named Horatio. Anyway, Hamlet leaves for a bit because of the pirate subplot, which I don't remember. And when he comes back, Ophelia is dead, and because she committed suicide, she can't have a real funeral. And during her totally not a funeral, when she's being buried outside of holy ground, Hamlet has a whole episode and jumps inside her coffin and is like, oh my god, the love of my life, even though he just rejected her, and that's sort of why she killed herself, is dead. And then Polonius is you piece of shit, you're the reason my sister killed herself. Wait, fuck, is Polonius the dad or the brother? Fuck it, I'm just gonna keep calling that character Polonius. I want to do this all off the dome. So
I have no idea what's going on.
Oh, okay. It's kind of not worth it then.
I'm having fun listening to you explain Hamlet though.
Okay.
But it is kind of all going over my head.
There is 6 people watching, which is our usual amount. So
let's go.
Seems like you guys still it's hilarious if Witherd has just been doing chores with this in the background the entire time, and he's making dinner, and he's anyway, Hamlet. The character I'm calling Polonius, even though I'm not sure that's his name, is part of why I get this confused is because I also played the Hamlet time loop game, and I completed the Hamlet comedy choose your own adventure book. So I have adaptations of Hamlet kind of swirling around in my brain. Anyway, Polonius is I'm going to duel you we're gonna duel tomorrow because you have offended my honor, and I blame you for my sister's death. Oh, I remember the name of the guy who shows up at the end. That's great.
That's great.
They're being invaded. Everyone's also worried about Denmark being invaded by a guy named Fortinbras, who's from Norway. Yeah, he's from Norway, and they're all worried about being invaded by Norway as like a side thing, while everyone also. So Hamlet's like, okay, I need to go back to the original plan I had of killing Claudius. So he is talking to his mom in her bedchambers, and again, people had royal couples had different bedrooms at this time period. But before Hamlet came in to talk to his mom, Gertrude was having a conversation with Polonius and Ophelia's dad, who might actually be the character named Polonius.
Polonius and Polonius question mark?
No, they definitely had different names.
Polonius and Polonius too.
So yeah, Polonius Senior. We'll call him Polonius Senior. Polonius
We
Senior.
can't forget Polonius 3, where they went to the Midwest.
The Midwest, as it's supposed to be older. They just show up in modern day. The cast of Hamlet just dies and shows up in modern day Ohio.
I wouldn't be surprised.
you go to you work at your job and they're at your restaurant and they like don't understand.
I've had weirder people show
how
up.
modern society works, and they're like, "Tell me, what is a chicken tender?"
There are people who show up to my place of work who are like that.
Okay. Anyway, back to explaining Hamlet. So Polonius Senior and Gertrude were having a conversation when Hamlet enters the room, and because Polonius Senior is not on good terms with Hamlet because of Hamlet's whole crash out and also Ophelia's death, she tells Polonius Senior to hide behind one of the tapestries on her wall because to keep royal chambers warm, they put tapestries everywhere. And so Hamlet and Gertrude are having a conversation, and he's trying to convince Gertrude that Claudio is evil and killed her late husband. And like, there's been many different ways the relationship between Claudius and Gertrude has been depicted. Like, some people depict it as like Gertrude making this decision to protect Hamlet. Some of it is like Claudio and Gertrude wanted to be together the whole time, but Gertrude was forced to marry the old king. And it's a play, and so every time it's put on, people do it with different intonation. Shakespeare specifically in modern day, they do a lot with like tweaking the story without being allowed to tweak the dialogue. They just like
That's neat.
how they present it, and like they add extra commentary. Like, I watched a recording of a production of Macbeth where they had Lady Macbeth wearing a pregnancy prosthetic, and so even though she doesn't bring up, hey, you should worry about the part of the prophecy that says your sons will not be king because I am pregnant right now. And then after Lady Macbeth's crash out, they remove the prosthetic off stage, and you're like, oh, she miscarried from the stress. Anyway, back to Hamlet. Hamlet and Gertrude are having this conversation, and then Polonius Senior like sneezes, and Hamlet, who's completely off his rocker at this point, stabs Polonius Senior because he thinks it's Claudio hiding behind the tapestry, and he's like, "Oh shit! I just killed an innocent guy. Also, I'm gonna be dueling that guy's son tomorrow." And then tomorrow comes, and Claudius is like, "Hey, Polonius Jr., Hamlet killed your dad. Put poison on your sword to kill him." And then there's a bunch of bullshit with like putting poison in cups and poison on swords. And in the end, Gertrude, Claudio, Polonius, and Hamlet all die in like this like massive scheme, mass poisoning. And so then Horatio, who is totally not Hamlet's boyfriend, but it's super gay, and from most
Wait, is this to be or not to be?
To be or
He's
not
holding
to
the
be is
skull?
earlier. And holding the skull is the last for Yorick. This one is where Good Night
Okay.
Sweet Prince comes from because it's super gay. Like most modern productions, if they're not cowards, have them kissing at the end.
If they're not
Yeah, if they're
cowards.
not cowards.
Many
This
people are cowards.
this is the one where we weren't in the English class. We weren't allowed to do the same. We went through it super slowly because the teacher was like interrupting it every line to like teach us. And
How dare.
no, it's how it's supposed to go. So it was like a super
I know.
It was like a super commentated version of kind of what we did with the fic. And I was switching between playing Hamlet and playing Horatio. I think I played Ophelia a few times. But I was playing Horatio on the last one, and when we did the last act, the teacher was sick, and so we had the substitute, and so the substitute wasn't interrupting. I got super in to doing Horatio's last speech to Hamlet. That's like, oh my god, shit's fucked. I'm sad you're dead. But like in words that have lasted throughout the centuries. Also, tell me if anyone says anything in chat. I'm so relaxed. I'm lying on my back now, so I don't see chat.
Seeker's saying they remembered something that was like something thy name is something, and apparently it's frailty thy name is woman. They were figuring out what that meant.
From Lady Macbeth. That's from Macbeth, I think, because Lady Macbeth has interesting gender stuff going on. No, frailty thy name is woman might be when Hamlet is being super mean to Ophelia. I think.
And then they said it reminds them of a similar quote. Japanese version of the Dragon Ball manga, where at some point they had the text say, "Savior, thy name is Gohan." Just cool and stuck in your head. I don't know what that means.
Let me look it up.
That's probably a reference to it, unless they're just being weird for some reason.
My name is woman is from Hamlet.
Goku, my name is Goku.
He is spoken by Hamlet and reflects his bitterness towards his mother, Queen Gertrude, for remarrying so soon after his father's death. And yeah, he has massive mommy issues, and that's part of why he's so mean to Ophelia throughout the play. Anyway, there's a bunch of like poison switching bullshit, and everyone ends up dead. And then except for Horatio, and then Fortinbras rolls up and is like, "Hello, I'm here to invade Denmark." And Horatio's like,
Not the Lego place.
"Boy, you're the king now. Everyone's dead." And Fortinbras like, "Shit, you guys are fucked up." Anyway, I don't remember how we got on this topic. I said someone was similar to Fortinbras rolling up at the end.
And it wasn't Biff?
It definitely wasn't Biff. He's a dog. And also, that doesn't make sense. But something about like someone showing up. Oh, Edwin 5, right.
Oh yeah, Edwin 5, duh.
Yeah, a completely normal statement to make. Also, if we bring this up, people will be like, how did you get to there being 5 Edwins? Well, we counted back from 1885, which was a date not chosen because it's 100 years before the MCI, but because it's back to the mission where it takes place. Anyway, we need to add that to our list of names. That's not Shadow Edwin, that's Edwin 5.
That's Edwin 5, and we just need to refer to it like as that anytime somebody brings it up.
Yeah.
Just like Mingus.
Just like Mingus. And it is actually, this happened in the Discord server. We found it useful that we could say Mexus to mean the machine, and then say Mingus to mean the rabbit avatar.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah.
Well, you guys were having that argument that I was just standing there trying to figure out what you guys were saying.
I figured out what the Hal theory was saying, and he was just like using terminology slightly wrong. And I like tried to correct him, but like my original correction wasn't perfect because I misunderstood what he was saying.
I was just sitting there like, I don't think you guys know what either of you were arguing about.
Yeah, no.
King Edwin the Eighth. He has 6 mimic workshops. I don't get that reference, but I read it.
No, it's because King Henry VIII famously had 6 wives. And so King Edwin VIII wouldn't have 6 mimic workshops, he'd have 6 mimics. Because he would keep replacing Fiona.
Which we're almost there. We were discussing an M4 a couple streams ago.
Yeah, but they're not all
Another
not
Michael.
all Edwin's wives.
They could all be. Michael's my wife. I guess one of them's his son.
One of them is his son.
And one of them's like his rival from work.
One of them is his son, one is his rival from work, one of his rivals from work's adult son.
Yeah, it'd be like that.
It'd be like that. That's the polycule.
The harem.
You're forced
The harem
to
be like that.
Yeah.
My son, my coworker, and my coworker's son.
And my wife.
It's just a fishing trip. It's just a fishing trip.
Oh god, now I'm imagining.
Oh, do you want us to explain the line of logic, Mrs. Trap?
For which one? What logic? For
how we got here.
For what? Like where Edwin 5 comes from, where M4 comes from. I don't know how much of the stream you've seen, because we did explain Edwin 5 on stream.
So Edwin 5 is the 5th Edwin.
Yeah, because his ancestor, Edwin I, immigrated to the US from Ireland in 1885.
Just like Mr. Magoo or whatever his name is in Back to the Future Part 3.
Yeah.
What's his name? Mr. Magoo?
I don't know.
Is it like Seamus McCool or whatever?
Yeah. Anyway, the way we
What's
got
his last
here,
name? McFly?
Is so we were talking about time
My
travel,
insane, murderous, illegitimate
and someone
child.
brought up Back to the Future, and I said that the only reason the picture changes is because the picture also time traveled. And the whole ticking clock of the movie is that Marty is still connected. He needs a Marty to exist in the future to continue to exist. You think about it, it's kind of
But
fucked
then
up
I
that...
said we travel back to the future and stuff has changed, like how Biff is their dog.
that killed me. But that was a side thing, and then we started talking about the original Edwin who emigrated to the U.S. in 1885, and then for no reason we decided to calculate how many Edwins that would be, and we determined that the Edwin we know is the 3rd or 4th Edwin using that completely baseless axiom. And then we were like, what if they name all their kids Edwin? And we were like, well, we named one of the kids David. And I'm like, okay, well, what if David has a secret older brother, and that's who Tiger Rock is? Edwin 5.
And that's who the Shadow Edwin
Edwin
is.
5 is also Shadow Edwin, which brings us full circle.
And we can derive that
to the start of the
since Shadow Edwin is Shadow the 5th, that means we can say that Shadow Bonnie is Bonnie the 5th.
No. Then we said that Shadow Edwin the 5th showing up was like Fortinbras showing up at the end of Hamlet. Be like, damn.
And then absolutely need to explain all of Hamlet to me.
I had to explain all of Hamlet completely off the top of my head. And then to the point where I can't remember which character is named Polonius. And
so then we said there's Polonius 1 and 2.
Yeah, and
then Polonius 3 where they go to the Midwest.
I had to completely cut the Rosencrantz and Guildenstern and the pirate subplot because I don't remember what happens in that.
What do you mean pirates? There are pirates in this play?
Yes, but they're like all off screen. I don't know. I think Hamlet like goes back to college at some point, and he's like, "We've been waylaid by pirates." Like, okay, Claudio's like, "You're crashing out, son. You gotta go back to college." And so Hamlet goes back to college with his buddies Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. And then he gets some pirates to take him back to Denmark, and they totally killed Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. And then a guy made a postmodern play about that.
Wait, is there a play in... There's a play in universe?
There is a play in universe in Hamlet.
Shakespeare loves... There's a lot of that going on in plays, I've realized.
Yes, there's
like Midsummer Night, there's one of those.
There's one in... I don't know. There's definitely... I actually don't know where Pyramus and Thisbe comes from. He loves
Tiramisu?
having in-universe plays that parallel the events of the other plays. So Hamlet has the players put on a play about a king murdering his brother to see how Claudio reacts. And then Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead is a real play in our world, which is some like postmodern stuff.
And then in Midsummer, the guy is the donkey, and then they dress up the other guy as a girl. That's all I remember about Midsummer Night.
They don't dress up. There's no cross-dressing other than the normal. Everyone's played.
Yes,
by
there is,
ladies.
because women weren't allowed to be in plays.
I said
and
other
because there was
than the
play in
normal
universe.
cross-gender casting. There's no
Yeah.
cross-dressing in universe, as opposed to something like 12th Night, which has diegetic cross-dressing. Man, I
Well,
was
it is
not ready
because
for
it is in
Hamlet
universe
more.
because there's a play in universe.
Can't Shakespeare
You're not ready for
fiction.
Hamlet. We're
God,
just saying words at this
I
point.
wrote a
True.
whole essay on Hamlet, and it was basically it was all the ghost's fault, and the ghost arranged everything. That was my thesis. And
I think it's funny that lions is Hamlet, but also ham means pig because pigs aren't lions.
Yeah, Hamlet and Lion King. Lion King kind of started from the same like gem as Hamlet, but as you can see, the plot very much diverged. Not enough dead people.
But ham is pig, not lion. Lion isn't ham.
There is ham in Lion King though, because they got Pumbaa.
That's not ham. That's a living pig. He's not ham until he's dead.
There's also cross-dressing in The Lion King, which is extremely impressive given that's the only time anyone wears any clothes, and it implies some very interesting things about their society. But the way that the gang sneak past the hyenas is Timon's like, what do you want me to do? Dress and drag and do the hula? And then it cuts to him
That means
dressing
they have
drag.
drag. They know what drag is.
I know! How do they know what drag is when nobody wears any clothes? Unless to them, drag is just like they've observed. It's unclear if any humans exist in
Who
the Lion
taught
King
the
universe.
animals human roles? Who taught the animals human gender norms?
Well, they got animal gender norms
Who taught the gophers human gender norms?
It might be that in the Lion King universe, assuming they have humans, which is also just an assumption, that they have seen humans wearing clothes, and to them, wearing clothes is what drag is. It doesn't matter what gender you are as an animal.
What are you asking the ham to let happen?
Yeah.
True.
To be or not
ham
to be
letting. It's like
gave...
bloodletting, but it's just ham.
To be or not to be actually gave me a like OCD episode when I first read
To
it.
ham or not to ham.
Because it's basically Hamlet being like, hey, why shouldn't I kill myself?
God.
And I'm like, damn, he's right. I'm not even suicidal. I can't, in thinking about these lines is emotionally distressing me.
To ham or not to ham.
Because he's like,
That
is
is
it
the bacon.
nobler to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous for... It's basically like, if I kill myself, the church says I'll go to hell. But I'm not entirely sure about that. But also, what if whatever happens after I die is worse than my life right now? And that's the entire dilemma in the soliloquy.
And a pig said all of that?
My boy.
I didn't realize pigs had it rough.
Yeah, they do.
No wonder Animal Farm and they became communist or whatever.
Yeah.
And the pigs started talking and walking like people because of communism.
Yes.
Or maybe it's because of capitalism. I don't remember the plot of Animal Farm.
No, I think it's that because Animal Farm is anti-Stalinist, so it's that they have a communist revolution, but then the revolution is corrupted, and then the animals, I think acting. I've never seen or watched Animal Farm. I just know it by reputation. But I think in that acting,
I was supposed to read it in middle school, but I just didn't.
Middle school. Damn. We did 1984.
No, it was
in high school,
It was the first year of high school, actually.
but we didn't have enough
Same thing.
time, and so the teacher was like, write an essay about whether or not 1984 applies, like how much you think 1984 applies to our current life, and you can read as much or as little as the book you want. And so I just read the world. I just read up until like I read all the world building bits, and I thought that was interesting. But then when the protagonist, like, despite growing up under Big Brother's thumb, like instantly understood what freedom was and was like such a special boy, I found that very not compelling and rather annoying, and so I stopped reading. And then I wrote an essay about how forgetting why the Iraq war, that the Iraq war was a lie, is just like 1984 for real. I keep remembering all
The
these
year
essays.
1984, Optimus Prime released in America.
I keep remembering all these essays I wrote, and I'm not sure I downloaded all of them onto my personal account. I think I still have the Hamlet one. It's lost in the wind, but like honestly, that happened to your essay. If I had all my school essays in physical copy, I'm not sure how many of them I'd keep. I have all my. I've been better.
Lost Media?
Lost Media, an essay I wrote in high school about Hamlet. Um, I've
How long are we
been
going to stream for? Who knows?
right now.
It is 11:30 p.m. for me.
I'm just talking with my friend, and 5 people are listening to it in the background, allegedly.
Yeah, that's so cool.
Yeah, I've not
5
even.
whole people are listening to this conversation about who knows what.
I mean, honestly, it's kind of just a way to like have a conversation with Mrs. Trap and Seeker also involved because they're not in the Discord.
Yeah.
Um,
Guys should get Discord.
yeah, it's just don't go on too many servers and don't go on the public servers and you'll be
Life
fine.
hack, if you keep Discord only to private servers, it's basically just texting but better.
Yeah, it's got soundboard. Can you play something from the soundboard for us?
I'll have to find my Discord tab.
I'm on my back, so I can't reach anything. I'm in prime napping mode. Yeah. Oh, actually, you can do "You're taking too long," which is what your people are saying about this stream. There we go. Uma Moose,
I love Duck.
you have a Discord. Mr. Trap. Obviously, we shouldn't publicly. You should not put your. I have chat replay on, so don't put your Discord in the chat. But my Discord is AbsolX Guardian. Add me on it, and I will get you into the server.
I don't want to
Yeah.
join.
Oh
Okay,
right,
then
I
we can
forgot
just
about
friend
that.
us on Discord.
If you friend us on Discord, you're not in the server, but we can still like talk to each other.
I technically do have the ability to text you, but
Yeah. I don't know. I think all the younger
different because
people
that's a
are.
different app.
Oh no, wait. Yeah, Wyatt is part of the server because he was on the stream, and I know he is young. I don't know. I don't concern myself with this. I judge people based on their behavior, not their apparent age.
Nothing's real.
But it is a. Don't you have class tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of my morning class got canceled by an hour though, so
That's nice.
I have to be there at 9:30 instead of 8:30.
Yeah. I wish I had an F10 harem. And I need someone mentioned F10 harem, and I need to keep up the brand.
Somebody mentioned F10 harem like a while ago.
Yeah, but I think we were talking. I was explaining the plot of Hamlet at that point. Now we know whenever we need to pad a stream, someone should just explain the plot of a Shakespeare play from memory.
I don't know any Shakespeare plays.
I think it would be funny to make Gibby do that with no notice.
I'm very uneducated. I don't know anything.
You just need to know more about art than me, I hope.
Barely.
Yeah, I mean I have taken smart classes.
I don't know anything.
I don't like it.
I can I can over-explain Batman. I can over-explain Transformer.
What was your user? My user is AbsolX Guardian.
I think both of ours are literally just the same as this, but
I know people
on
were
Discord.
annoyed when they got rid of those ID numbers on Discord, but it does make it so much
It's just easier to add people now.
Yeah.
I do miss my like 4 or 5, 5, 4, 1, 4, or whatever it was.
I have no memory of it. I'd always have to pull up my phone and copy and paste it. But I mean, I'm lucky in
Or
the
how
sense.
right I was.
I'm lucky in the sense that obviously nobody had my name. One person named themselves AbsolX on Minecraft before I did. But that person doesn't use the internet anymore because I've stopped encountering people taking my name before I get there. Do any
Somebody
story
stole Gremlin on Minecraft, but I think it was me, and I just forgot that I made that account.
Yeah, no, so on Minecraft, I'm AbsolXY.
I think I put an or I put a number 1 instead of an I on my Minecraft username.
Oh, and they took AbsolX as a email account. So that's not my email. My email is also public on my channel, so you can contact me through there. I will send you
Like 5 franchises I'm into, and that's it. I can go deep into like Batman. I can go deep into like Transformers.
I got
And that is it.
Star Wars and FNaF and kind of Pokemon and history.
I feel like I know a lot about like Mario and like video game history,
And
but
then
I don't
also
wouldn't consider myself an
my
expert in
current
those.
hyperfixation, but then it often like fades away. Like if you catch me at the right time, I can explain all the lore. Like when I like said some wrong things about the lore of Fire Emblem Fates, if you had caught me like, oh my god, 5 years ago was 2020. So if you had caught me like 7 years ago, I would have been able to tell you everything perfectly. I think it worked. I will check.
I can go into Transformers. I can be like, well, the 13 primes were all created from Primus to protect the planet of Cybertron from Unicron.
Okay, yeah, I got Mrs. Trap.
Let's go.
Oh.
But the planet of Cybertron is actually Primus's body, and the Well of Allsparks is just pulling from his soul to make more souls.
Wait, where did Primus come from then?
Couldn't tell you.
Oh, your perspective.
He's
I'm looking at Discord now. Your perspective is way better than my like draw your room stuff. Okay, here are the Flintstone couples. Okay, the real brain rot is remember Biff. Biff became the McFly's dog at the end of Back to the Future. You ever think about how in Back to the Future, so Marty doesn't have any of the memories of the Marty that the McFlys in the changed timeline gave birth to? Which means that when he got to the future, when he got back to 1985, he had replaced a distinct individual with his own mind and identity, who was the child of George McFly and the woman. I'm sorry, I don't remember the name, woman. You think about that? That's kind of messed up. Gremlin, are you still there?
Oh my god, I muted my microphone again.
No, yeah. You ever think about if George Hyde? Yeah.
I don't think that hard about movies. I've never once thought about a movie. I watched something once and I'm like, that's good enough. I'm never going to think about that again. Hello?
Sorry, I'm responding to Wyatt in the Discord.
What's happening? George hired the guy. Oh, what?
That's a true statement about what happened in the movie.
Oh.
George's like hero moment is saving the mom from Biff, and then they make him his dog. So when I said the thing about them being a polycule, like I did feel kind of uncomfortable saying that. Suicides.
I
Oh right.
entirely forgot about that part of the movie.
What the What wants me to review the Rye Toast because it is kind of in my field.
Brian Toast.
Yeah, I don't really, because he did What Exactly Is Remnant, and so he might have discovered Lynn McTaggart. I will have to see.
That thumbnail is so funny.
Yeah, what if it real bear?
Just a real bear.
Yeah, it's the
What if
real bear.
it's the real Freddy?
It's the real
I'm the real Freddy.
Freddy.
Yes, I am the real Freddy.
The real
Will the real
Freddy.
Freddy please stand up? Stand up.
When did a lot of talking in the FNaF. I should end this stream. But there's no law that says we don't get to keep yapping even on stream. So
Yeah. Well, this is the last one, isn't it?
this is
So we
the
have to
last
say
stream.
bye.
There will be no more
Goodbye,
streams after
guys.
this. We have run out of
Subscribe
things
to me.
stream, as you can
I
obviously
might
see.
stream. I might do it on my own. I might play some video